केक
मी व्हॉट्सअपला टाकतो.
व्हॉट्सअपला टाकण्यापेक्षा चॅटला टाकलं तरी चालेल. आम्हीच्या तिथंच प्रायव्हेट प्रायव्हेट चॅट आहे ना तिथं. आपल्या चॅट बॉक्सला अमित पाटील म्हणून आहेत बघा, त्यांना डायरेक्ट टाका तुम्ही.
हो टाकतो लगेच, टाईप करून सर जेस.
काम झालं बरं का लाईव्ह इव्हेंट.
ओके ठीक आहे, मग स्टॉप करतो का?
राहू देत ना.
बरं राहू दे, नंतर एडिट करू आपण. आपली व्हाईट कोडची लिंक देतो का मला? ठीक आहे माझ्याकडे.
कसली त्या लाईव्हची
सरांना द्यायची होती.
चॅटवर टाकतोय ते लगेच.
टाक सरांना वाटलं. हो हो झूमवर टाक. संपलो डॉक्टर साहेब.
ती अमित टाकलेली युट्यूबची लिंक आहे का?
हो सर.
मग व्हॉट्सअपला दिली तर शेअर करता येईल व्यवस्थित. आता इथून
देतो मी तुम्हाला
माझ्या व्हॉट्सअपला. नाव येत आहेत ना मी टाकलेली?
हो येतात. तो सिक्वेन्स पण तोच.
हा सिक्वेन्सनच आहे.
सगळ्यांना घेऊन ठेवलं.
हा सगळ्यांना घेऊन ठेवलं तरी चालतं ना, पुन्हा गोंधळ व्हायचं. कारण आपण नाव त्यांचं पुकारतो.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर.
हा गुड मॉर्निंग सर. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. धन्यवाद. येत आहेत, आपण वाट बघू थोडं.
हो हो नो प्रॉब्लेम. किती रजिस्ट्रेशन झाले सर?
जवळपास 70च्या जवळपास आहे.
बरोबर.
आपण जरा कॉन्फरन्स घ्यायला उशीर केली, शेवटच्या टप्प्यात आहोत.
गर्दीपेक्षा दर्दी केव्हाही चांगले.
हो. अमित नाव आले का?
हो सर.
Good morning. Namaste.
Good morning. Good morning. Sir,
Okay.
you need to thank Uttam Ambure, sir. Then
Uttam.
Dr. Sunil Pawar, sir.
Okay.
And Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, sir. And the entire team of the Dr.
Yes.
Baba Sahib Ambedkar Marathwada University and the Mohekar College, Kalam.
Can you, I don't know, can you give me the list? So it will, in the chat.
Chat
Kiddy
box.
Jadhav, sir.
Just
Kindly put the name of the persons. Okay. In the chat box.
Yes.
I mean, it would be easy for me if you send me the list of people
Yeah.
who I need to address in the beginning.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Vice
1 minute.
Vice Chancellor.
Okay. Can
And
you
the
write in the
entire
chat
team
box
of-
so I can copy?
Okay.
All right.
Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, sir, will send you the details, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Milind Pandit, sir.
Good morning,
Kindly
sir.
unmute yourself. Yes. Thank you. Pleased to see you.
Same here.
Are you there, Mustajib Khan, sir? I think Ubali sir is also there.
Yes, I am there, Prashant. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Ubala sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Hello, Prashant, I am there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which department is active department? No issue.
It is, sir.
Oh,
Have you
yes.
seen the list?
Yes, typing.
Okay. Mr. Khan, sir, Pawar, sir, and Pandit, sir. Meet Dr. Lakshman Ganawali, sir. He is
Okay.
the professor of Kathmandu University.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Great pleasure seeing you here, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm very, very happy to be connected to you all.
Thank you, sir.
So you've written here.
This is Milind Pandit.
Thank you. Okay, so you have written in many places. You could have written in one. If you when you enter, it just
Yes. Instead enter. Okay.
yeah. You should enter only when you finish.
Okay. Fine.
But let me.
Okay, sir. 1 minute. Just give me.
Uh-huh.
I'll write.
पवार सर नमस्कार.
नमस्कार सर.
कसे आहात?
हा मस्त.
Sir, have you received the names? Please.
Okay.
Just names I have known.
Okay. You have, yes.
Yes.
So, Dr. Pramod.
Yes, sir. Vice Chancellor.
Okay. Let me write in a proper place and then, yes. All right.
तिकडं रेंज नाही आहे.
So, okay, Dr. Pramod Yole, Vice Chancellor.
Yes.
Of the
Aurangabad University.
Okay, and then okay.
Dr. Sunil Pawar, Principal.
Sunil Pawar, Principal of the college, and Uttam Amhor.
Ambore, sir.
Ambore.
Yes.
HOD of the Department of English. Yes.
Yes. Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, Dr. Mustajib Khan, Dr. Ubale, sir, Dr. Pathan, Dr.
Okay.
Prashant.
Okay.
Dr.
Maybe it will take.
I have given
just.
I have given just yes the names.
Yeah, I will simply
yes mention.
read these names and not go with the university because yeah okay.
No need. Yeah, sure.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
आता दिसते
सर येत आहे की
सुरू केलं ना 10:30 झाले. त्या रूम मध्ये करून तयार का सुरू झाले.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Good morning,
Hello.
sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, Pawar sir.
Good morning.
Jadhav, sir.
Good morning.
And Lakshman sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Welcome to this web conference. I'm very happy to see you.
Thank you so much. I'm also very happy to be connected here, and I often talk to the colleagues in India and other countries. And it has been very easy with this Zoom and things.
Yeah. Yesterday, your friend Dr. Jheden Patil recalled you, and he was saying many things about you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He comes to Nepal very often.
Yeah. He said like
Along,
that.
and then he brings his son and wife, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's a great pleasure because due to this media we could come together, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if all this situation permits, we'll meet physically there. Okay.
Yes. I would love
And
to.
I wish to invite you to my country also.
I've been to India, but not for long. Maybe just I fly in for a conference like Nashik, Kolkata, Hyderabad, and Delhi. Those places.
Aurangabad is very near to Nashik that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make a kind of round in Maharashtra and around.
Yeah. Next time,
there was one professor from Harvard, and he was talking about the Vedas, and then I asked him a question. So you are researching on the Vedas. Can you tell me? Can you tell me the history and geography of the Vedas from modern point of view?
Okay.
And he said that actually the Vedas were developed around Maharashtra and some part of Pakistan because
sir, the thing is that Aurangabad is a very historical place. We have very world famous Ajanta and Ellora caves.
Yeah. So
and
I
at the
wanted
bank
to
of
come.
those caves, we have our Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Maratha. So it's a very historical place.
He says from modern history point of view, the Vedas were written around 3,500 years ago. That's what he was saying.
Good morning, Pandit sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yes, yes. Fine, fine, fine. Yes,
So
sir,
happy to see you here.
yeah, sir. Yeah. I'm also very happy. Yeah.
Uh,
We'll begin now. Sir is going to come.
yes, sir. Yes.
Honorable Vice Chancellor is going to come. So
Yes,
we'll
sir.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
yes.
Ambore sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Chauthaiwale speaking, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Santosh.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
yeah. Yes, yes.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Pandit sir, good morning.
खिडकीचा प्रकाश मागून येतोय सर, त्याच्यामुळे दिसत नाही ते.
बर. एक मिनिट मी थोडं बदलून बसतो. ओके.
हा, ओके.
So you can say YouTube वर inauguration आहे. Right. Please. Hello.
Jadhav, sir.
Yes.
कॉन्फरन्स म्हणलं आपले YouTube वर असेल ना 2 दिवस.
हो. YouTube वर इन द सेन्स फक्त इनॉग्रेशन दिलेलं आहे. मी तुम्हाला लिंक पाठवतो, तुम्ही फॉरवर्ड करा.
आणि लिंक केली मी कॉपी. आणि हे
YouTube
बाकीचं नाही का मग YouTube वर?
नाही बाकीचं.
इनॉग्रेशन.
Yes.
हॅलो.
Yes, sir.
जाधव सर.
Yes, sir.
एकदा कुलगुरू सरांना कॉल करा. मी केला होता आता. ती जॉईन होतो. जस्ट रिमाइंड हिम. हा.
I'm sorry.
Hello. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So may I start, sir?
Yes, sir. You can.
Yes,
please.
Good morning, all. The novel coronavirus pandemic has given wings to the work from home culture, as people across the world are forced to stay at home to prevent the spread of the virus. Interestingly, it took an outbreak to realize the true potential of digital medium of communication. Video conferences have become the new work trend. So ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, teacher participant, principal participants, good morning, namaskar, respected guest speaker, I welcome you all. Social distancing is staying away from the people, not from your purpose. So dear attendees, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this international conference organized by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Department of English and Shikshan Mahasi Jnandev Mohelkar Mahavidyalay, Kalam. It is a 2-day multidisciplinary international web conference on role of language in human development, a holistic approach. Dr. Ambore sir is always an inspiration to all the members. Personally, he is in contact with all faculties and BOS members and always discussing about the new projects to be done. In this way, he suggested a topic and its importance in upcoming days. And we finalized this web conference with this topic, with the present topic and its sub-themes. We got a very good response, and good number of research papers are included in short time. Even I would like to mention that about my college, we had a very successful and fruitful 12 webinars till now. We organized one webinar on Vamandada Kardak with the department of the university, and was a very successful. So this is the second conference with the English department, and this is the 12th webinar, including two conferences. Near about 2,300 teacher participants have benefited with this platform. We have taken different and very useful subjects like NAC, AQR writing, cash promotion, human rights, etc. So today, University Department of English and my college thought that there should be a discussion on languages in human development. So we plan the conference with this title. So without wasting much of time, I now hand over this charge to Dr. Uttam Ambore sir to proceed the conference. Sir, it's over to you, Uttam Ambore sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I welcome all, and it's my pleasure to be here on this two-day web conference on role of language in human development, a holistic approach. In fact, Department of English and Bohekar College, Kalam, we are organizing various conferences, various academic activities. This is one of the activities that we are going to hold. And it's my pleasure to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Evile sir. Then I should also put it on record for Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Praveen Vakte sir, Principal, Dr. Sunil Pawar, then my beloved coordinator and viewers member, Dr. K.D. Jadhav, and respected guests, Lakshman from Kathmandu sir, and then Dr. Pareen Somani from London, M.E. Upadhyay, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University, Ahmedabad, well-known scholar, international professor, Dr. Jheden Patil, US Chairman of Mumbai University, my friend, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, my friend, Dr. Balaram Gaikwad, Milind Pandit, and various participants who are going to deliberate their lecture, read their paper, and going to be a very, very important part of this webinar. Dear friends, being a head of the department, it's my also duty to say something about my department. A department which incepted in 1962, which was began with a great person, Dr. Eben Wankhede, who was the first Fulbright Fellow of India, who had worked on Walt Whitman in America. Then we have very eminent persons like Dr. D.V. Karagabacharulu, then G.S. Amoor. Then we have very important figures like Viren Prasad, P.V. Yardi, Ravindra Kimbhone sir, Dr. A.G. Khan sir, Dr. K.R. Shirwadkar, Bhalchandra Nemade, K.G. Ranveer sir, and my young friend who has joined to Central University, Bhimrao Bhosle sir. Dear friends, we have a very great legacy, and that we have very good creative writers and critics in our department. And in fact, I should mention that many of them have won various prestigious awards on state and national levels. Now we are in the department, 5 people. One is Dr. Muslim Khan, who is a professor and a specialist in drama and film. Then we have Dr. Anand Ubale, specialist on theories. Mehrunisa Pathan on digital feminism, and Dr. Geeta Patil, who is a specialist on the Indian writing in English. So this is an occasion where we are trying to have one more endeavor where we can have good discussions on this kind of topic. I should also mention that recently before pandemic, we had organized one seminar on a very, very important issue of the country, that is postmodern voices and transdisciplinarity. And we could invite many people in that seminar also. Now, as Dr. Jadhav has mentioned, after a webinar on Vamandada Kardak, it is our second international multidisciplinary webinar where we are going to discuss on languages. So I welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor and all the guests in this webinar, and we will proceed further. Over to Jadhav, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
Jadhav, sir.
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll move to the inauguration section now. Ambore, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So I would like to introduce our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kevle, sir, and inaugurate the session. Okay,
yeah. Shall I request, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Professor Evle, sir, who is Vice Chancellor of our university. In fact, sir is a specialist in pharmaceutical science, and he has done a great work in that kind of field. But he has a very great experience of various administrative posts. For example, he was a principal of pharmaceutical college at Wardha. Then he worked as a pro vice chancellor, Rashtrasanta Tukaroji Maharaj University, Nagpur. He was also vice chancellor of Kavi Kulguru Kalidas Sanskrit University, Nagpur. And in fact, he is a writer too. He has written 3 books on pharmaceutical science and published 18 research articles. He has published, in fact, worked on 8 research projects and 85 industrial projects too. He's a life member of various national and international, professional societies. He has a very good experience of being abroad to various countries and study about pharmaceutical science. For example, he had been to Malaysia, Singapore, Australia, Hong Kong, Nepal, and various European countries. As an academician, has worked as a dean of Faculty of Medicine, a member of Management Council, chairman of BOS, and BOS member of various universities. In fact, he's a winner of a dozen of awards in various names, but I will mention recently has got a GP Shivastava Award of Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers Award of 2019. In fact, when he joined our university, he has introduced a kind of enthusiasm in our faculties to work on research and to focus on teaching and to be friendly with all the people and the teachers. And I'm very, very happy to welcome him in this webinar. And I would like to request you, sir, please inaugurate this webinar. Thank you very much. Professor Evle, sir.
Thank you, Professor Ambore, for nice introduction. Good morning to one and all. Esteemed resource person for today's web conference, organizer, Professor Uttam Ambore, Professor and Head, Department of English of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Professor Sunil Pawar, Principal, SM Danav Mahekar Mahavidyalaya Kalam, Organizer Dr. K. Jadhav, other members of statutory bodies of a university, guests, invitees, participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I must congratulate Dr. Uttam Ambore. I think during the COVID-19 period, this is the second event I am inaugurating, organized by the Department of English. I must appreciate it. In the beginning, Dr. Jadhav stated that during the COVID-19, we are passing through a difficult phase. And during this pandemic, the whole world, and this we should not consider as a crisis, this we should accept it as a challenge. And as he told, that social distancing is for the human being, not our activities. Our activities of a teaching, learning, research, administration should be continued, and the student should get the benefit of that. And all the stakeholders, even our teachers, should be actively involved in this process by using this platform of a web. I must congratulate both the organizer because this event is organized jointly by the English department of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University and Mohekar Mahavidyalaya. Friends, the theme selected for this international webinar, that is the role of languages in human development, a holistic approach. When I gone through the brochure, I have seen that many topics they are going to touch in the 2 days conference. That is the creative use of language literature, language philosophy, language psychology, language and mind, language of nerve in politics, use of language in science and technology, language, child development, and others. When I gone through the history of languages, I learned that the language first evolved around 50,000 to 1.5 million years ago, which is around the time when modern Homo Spanish evolved. Regarding the importance of languages, as you know, since you are from that faculty, language is a powerful because words carry so much weight. Words in a particular combinations give you those feelings. Words delivered in a certain way, if oral, touch your sense, think of a song without lyrics. Language refers to the cognitive faculty that enables human to learn and use systemic complication of communication. Language is more than a means of communication. It is not just for the talking with a person. It is used all over the world and every single minute. Not only when we talk, read, write, even when we socialize, we drive, we trade, everywhere we will use language in one form or other. Every aspect of our life involves the language. Without language, the life of one being is incomplete. Language may be called a body of words, symbols, signs, sounds, gestures, and a system for their use common to people who are of the same community, nation, and same cultural tradition. Friends, language also plays an important role in the development of person personality, because communication is the one which gives our lives, make ourselves better. Basically, language distinguishes humans from the animal species, other animal species. Human being having a well-developed nervous system, and because of this nervous system, the human beings are very curious animal, and they know number of languages also. Definitely the animals are also, they are having some languages, they give the call and all that. But because of the much developed, fully developed nervous system, the animals, the human beings are playing the better role in the development of the languages. Role of languages in the intellectual development that we know, that is the research, innovation, teaching. Emotional development, in emotional development also language plays a very important role, and social development. Language is the ability to acquire and use complex system of communication, particularly the human ability to do so, and a language is any specific example of such system. Without language, we cannot communicate with the people. Friends, language is used to inform others, to ask them to do certain things, and to express feelings, moods, ideas, information, experiences, etc. Language undoubtedly has a very important social purpose because it is mainly used for linguistic communication. Out of the different topics which are going to discuss during this 2 days conference, I would like to touch just within few minutes the one topic, that is the science of language and personality development. We all are academicians, we know that. Recently, the new education policy is introduced by the UGC and the central government. And in that policy, they have focused on the use of regional language in the science and development. The UGC and central government is working on it. The task is assigned to the different universities in India to convert, to translate the scientific content in the regional language, that is the 12 most popularly used language in our country. No doubt that English is a very powerful language. As per my knowledge, Spanish is the heaviest language, but English is a more powerful language. It is the words, it is known as the words lingua franca. But the fact is that India having a population of 1.3 billion, and out of that only 12% population can read and write English. While appreciating the 12% population, we should not ignore the 88% population, because it is predicted that in the coming years, India will be the youngest country. The average age will be of 29 years of a 52% population of the country. When the rest of the world is going to age, that is China, US, where maybe around 40, 45, India will be the youngest country of average weight of 29. So during under such situation, we cannot ignore the masses, those who cannot learn the English. So the second option, that is the regional language, the advantages are also there. In the regional language, you know that, particularly in the mother tongue, the grasping is more. And it is told that many English and even many academicians, English teachers also, they appreciate that the learning in a regional language is more inclusive, because the grasping power of a student is more in the English. Second thing, more in the regional language. Second thing, the parents can also participate or also involved in the learning and teaching process at home. At present, what happened? We also experience it that our parents, some of the parents, they are not much learning. And in the home, they won't participate in the learning and teaching process of the word. If this scientific contents or science and technology is available in the regional language, definitely the thinking process of the students will be more wide. Because now what happened? Since the contents are in the English, no substitute words are available. They just mug it and express in the examination during the 3 hours of examination, and they get a rank. 50%, 60% of the student, they can't understand what is the meaning of that. What is the meaning of that technique? What is the meaning of that principle? Or what is the meaning of that practices? So my sincere appeal to the organizer of this conference, give a thought to this process also during the 2 days conference. I again thankful for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to interact with you. I declare that the web conference is inaugurated. I wish grand success for this conference, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Yeah.
thank you for the time you have given, and thank you for the valuable guidance. On behalf of my colleagues and all the faculty members and all the participants, once again I extend my word. Thank you very much, sir. So, shall we move forward, sir?
Yeah, no problem.
Yes,
we
sir.
can.
So for today's keynote address, I would like to introduce Dr. Lakshman Ganawali, sir. Dr. Lakshman Ganawali is a professor and head of Department of Language Education at Kathmandu University. Leads EFL teacher education programs in he has included programs in Nepal and alumnus of Kathmandu University, Nepal University of Exterior, England. He taught English language at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels before coming to the university to contribute to the field of teacher education and training. He is an acclaimed figure in English language education in Nepal. His national and international contributions include EFL textbooks, articles, and book chapters on language pedagogy and teacher professional development. University of Exterior alumnus, Dr. Ganawali has a reputation in and outside Nepal for inspiring teachers for professional development through network building. He currently serves NILTA as its senior vice president. So without taking much of time now, just I would like to call upon Dr. Lakshman Ganawali sir to take the charge and to address the conference.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Please.
sir. Jadhav sir, just
Yes, sir.
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I
Please.
have to acknowledge one thing that I have forgotten.
Yes.
That Lakshman Gawali sir and Jaden Patil, in fact, they have been referred by our close friend Prashant Bothe. I should mention that he has done a very good job for this conference, and his contribution should be mentioned in this.
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
let him
Yes.
begin, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, it's over to you, Dr. Lakshman sir. Please.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I was speaking without my mic on. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your kind words. I'm really, happy, excited, and feel honored to be speaking to you all. This group of intellectuals from India and other countries. I work for Kathmandu University, as was mentioned in my introduction, where I've spent about 27 years. And during these times, I've tried to learn about our South Asian culture, languages, and traditions there. Because I think we have, more culture, more languages, more traditions than all other parts of the world put together. So we are so rich in this. As my presentation later will indicate, what I feel is now the time has come that we seem to be losing control over what we have. So in this big gathering, let me start by addressing the dignitaries here before I start, talking about what I feel, should happen. Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Pramod Yaule, the principals, Dr. Sunil Pawar, Dr. Uttam Ambore, the head of the department, Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, Dr. Khan, Dr. Ubali, Dr. Pathan, Dr. Prasant, and Dr. Patil, and all other participants, speakers, and delegates from India and outside. So once again, thank you for having me here. I started, preparing for my talk, and then I thought, okay, I tried to take the major theme of the conference, and then I thought, where do I begin? Where do I go? Then I've taken a slightly sort of, dissatisfied kind of line. I don't know whether you all agree with me, but let me put my ideas there. Maybe we can have at the end some, I don't know if time allows, I'll try to finish a little early and then get questions. Let us see how it goes. But feel free if you like to say anything in the middle. I don't mind with that. So let me start with the screen sharing here. Okay. Yes. I have taken this slightly a sort of twist in the heading. Role of language, it was there. So I took this language and human development. Human, I did not stick to the child development or one individual development. I took it in a broader human society development. And then my question here is, where are we heading now? Okay, with the language and our development, are we heading in the right direction, or have we sort of sidetracked from what our forefathers, left as their legacy? Now let me start with this cat we have in our home. She sometimes gets lost and she comes back, and once she came back, and it was, I think, 2 days before this photo was taken, she came back with a lot of bruises, cuts on her face, and she didn't seem to be happy. And then she was mewing, constantly. Then I asked her, where have you been? What happened to you? But she was only mewing, she was not doing anything, because that's the limitation the animals have. And we have the privilege of, reporting what happened to us when we were somewhere else. animals don't have that. Okay, so I was really thinking intellectually, like if animals were able to tell, then they would perhaps, because I knew that she had fallen into a fight and then she had been wounded and she didn't feel good, but she couldn't tell us what she felt, who he wounded her. Okay, so this distinct feature that we humans have now, you know, and then we have human capacity to learn a language, to use it for survival and for other purposes. But interestingly, we also have the capacity to learn more than one language. Many languages we can learn, we can use them equally as our mother tongue. So I don't know, is it okay if I request you, if I invite you to go to your computer screen, browser, and type this www.menti.com, and when you type, then it will ask you to input a code, and then input the 34364. So if you could do that, I would like to ask you this question: how many languages do you know? So once again, please type menti.com, www.menti.com, and input this 34364, and then I will see. Okay, how many languages people speak? So 3, there is somebody there. 2, okay, 2 people say they speak 2 languages. I guess you see my screen. If you don't see, let me know. Because I would like to show you how many languages people speak. So can I invite others to input? Simply choose how many languages do you speak: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or more. Okay, so let us see. Okay, 3 people. It looks like there are people who speak 3 languages now. Somebody speaks 4 languages. Yes, great. I guess you will see my screen. Let me wait a few minutes so that we can show yes, all right. Anybody who speaks 5 or more languages? Yes, 2 languages there. Somebody speaks. I think nobody is going to answer this one question, one option, because everybody in this conference speaks English, and then I haven't heard anyone whose mother tongue is English, just English. So any names I haven't seen. So okay, there's someone who speaks 5 or more languages. Okay, most people speak 3 languages. Maybe one is mother tongue, the other is the official language of the country, and third is English or any foreign language. Okay, great. So 5, 3, 8, 9, 10. Can I invite more people? It will be interesting to see, how people use languages and how many. All right, because we don't have much time, so let me go back to my my presentation here. Yes, thank you so much for answering. So we have found out that nobody speaks 1 language, and there are people who speak more than 5 or more than 5 languages. So we are so rich in this distinct feature humans have that makes us human, cultured human, societal human. Now here, when I was trying to find out why do we use languages, or how do we use languages, what are the functions of the language? So any language. So Emeke Halliday in 1975 listed this 7 functions of language, which are categorized into 2. One set of functions are related to physical, emotional, and social needs. We satisfy them, and then there are others which I'll mention later. So even if you take children, children use language for instrumental purpose to express their needs. So if they want milk, or they want water, they want some food, they want their toys, anything, or they want to be there with their mom. So instrumental purpose. And the other is regulatory, that is, we control what other people do. using language. We tell them to come here and go there or do this and do that. So actually we grow with the do's and don'ts, regulatory function. And then there is the interactional function, that is we simply interact. I mean, there's less to be done, more to be, just forming relationship, or making contacts, being together. So interactional. And then there's another thing, that is we express how we feel, our feelings, our opinions, our individual identity, who I am, okay? Who I am, I can tell. So that's my personal thing. So these are the basic functions of language, but there are others, more advanced functions, that is coming to terms with one's environment. This environment is not simply related to bioenvironment, it's the environment in the family, environment in the neighborhood, environment in the total, human society. So coming to terms is either you identify yourself in the environment, or you you try to influence the environment with your words or work. So first is heuristic. That is, you would like to know about your environment, where somebody is, or what he or she is doing, or what is happening, okay? Or the weather condition today, or the traffic, anything, okay? Or whether there is enough food left. So you have this heuristic, function of language. And next is I think the highest level of language use that humans have created is imaginative, that tells stories. Like my cat couldn't tell me these stories. Actually, she's meowing now. She's just outside the window. So she cannot tell me her story where she has been, but we can do that. We can make jokes. We can create, imaginary environment, like, Hamlet did not happen or may have happened, or, so many imaginary worlds we create. Harry Potter didn't happen actually, but, people, they have people have written and acted and read, and they have formed, imaginary world with the help of those imaginative texts. And then next is, like how many people died due to Corona, or as the Vice Chancellor was saying, okay, we have 1 billion plus, human population in India. So that means we try to represent something with the help of language. So the language is, each language has got all these 5 functions according to Halliday. And now I just try to put it in a more succinct form. So like instrumental would be, we make demands, like we go on a strike, or we ask for this and that, or before we go to the class, we ask the principal for something. Or maybe we make rules when the university will open, when it will close, when the exams are, or the government has laws and regulations, the constitution itself, lockdown rules, all this. And then interactional is like when you go to a party, a wedding party, then you don't have much to actually talk about. But what do? You talk, because you use that as a social event to make connection with the others. When you're angry, how do you express your anger is by shouting, and shouting happens with language. Or you can express love. And then heuristic would be to make inquiries of what's happening, something, where something is, like that. And imaginative, as I said, literature, and then representational, maybe the media stories and treaties that 2 countries or more countries sign. So these are the larger human society that make the language, in use. But now, these were just kind of abstract, analysis of language. Now, let me give you some real practical use of language apart from the way we speak. One is, before the phoneticians came, the doctors did not know, okay, very well about how the sounds are formed. They knew about the anatomy of human body and vocal cord, cords and all, but to treat this speech therapy, phoneticians have a role, and it was due to the language study. We were able to establish that therapy for human development in the health field. And then now computer engineering, computer programming has been there. But how? Because long before the computer came, we had already studied the morphology and syntax of language. And because they were there, morphology and syntax, now we have this computer engineering easily. You know what they say? We write language, we read. This write and read is not the literal there, but there on the machine, again literal, okay, on the machine. And now, before there were quotes or something, or analysis, before the Sherlock Holmes sort of, discussions started, we had this semantics, pragmatic discourse analysis, whatever name you can say. Maybe linguistics may not have been in such a, well-defined words, but these things existed in language. So, so court cases are settled, because of this language. And then literature came, when H.G. Wells wrote The Time Machine, it was taken as a fantasy. When Isaac Asimov wrote those stories, people thought, okay, they're just fantasy stories. But now we can see that many inventions have taken place because of the science fiction literature. And then we have learned about, Mexico. We've learned about, Uruguay or China by reading, and or our culture, the South Asian, Nepal, India, Pakistan. So our culture understanding, our cultures have been understood by people in Peru or South America or any country or South Africa through the literature, which means language. So these are some of the things that language has made it possible for our development. We actually developed our society. We created a glorious past. You can talk about Bharavi, you can talk about Kalidas, or you can talk about these writers in the Sufi tradition, in Iran and those places, or you can talk about Confucians, so. Or there's the Ramayana, Mahabharata, all these things, when the language was, developed to that extent, to that embellished form, and with that development of language, we were able to write such beautiful, creations there. That's what we did. But now, what I'm not happy with is we are now losing that glorious past. We are shedding that glorious past to make ourselves more techno-savvy, more developed, quote unquote, and then our society is now moving away from this language-induced social development. We're trying to bring something else. So what is happening now is a turn has taken place, and what has happened is now the knowledge has been commodified. Now, instead of developing the language and language-induced human development, we are now selling other things. We are selling information without actually furthering the beauty of the language, selling it. We're selling other things, and then more people are talking about death in biodiversity, but few people are talking about language deaths. Actually, language deaths and biodiversity deaths, go hand in hand. And then when the languages die, then there will be impact on the symbiosis between humans and other beings. So we haven't people talk, but in a little coteries of linguists and language teachers, but not in the wider policy level. So this language death, every day they say a few languages die. We are worried about other deaths, but we're not worried about language deaths. So this is how the glorious past that we formed, we humans, we're leaving behind. Language deaths, what happens? For example, let's say this. When a local shaman or local, this herbal therapist in a village dies, and then when his language dies, then what happens? That shamanism, that treatment system also dies. In Nepal, we had so much. In India also you have so much, beyond imagination. There are so many systems of healing, traditions and food preservations and all. But because these are practiced by smaller communities, these tribal communities in some cases, or in local areas, when the languages die, the knowledge will die. And with that will die the culture, okay? And why this happened is this Western people brought this interesting term, STEM. Now, you see, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now here, okay, where is language? Where is language? Without language, this is not possible. Language is the life, humanity is the life, but now we are after machine, mechanical things. So what we need to be doing, I mean, for me, STEM would be good to some extent, but there's for that human development. Okay, human. Think of the time when the Renaissance was happening in the West. Okay, before the Industrial Revolution. Think of this, Indian civilization, this Eastern civilization that was at the peak. What happened was, although there was technology, but it was hand in hand or more, this human and language, their expressions, their moral, their culture, all those things. But with these technical things, just quote unquote, the science things, I think we are now backtracking from that development, the real true meaning of development. So what is happening is now death of humanities. In India, I don't know much. I've heard a little about it, but in Nepal, we have this biggest university. I work in a smaller university, Kathmandu University, but the biggest university, that is Tribhuvan University. And when I went to the university, there was political science department, there was Hindi department, Maithili department, there was history department, there was culture department. And now what they have, they only have this English language and Nepali, and then and physics, biology, and chemistry, and I think maths. But these language-related, culture-related, real humanity-related things have died, and I think we will see many things go. So what next is, these are what I always talk about whenever I meet policymakers. We need a strong language commission. We have one in Nepal, India also. I see that you have, but the language commissions have fallen prey to these scientific developments, STEM-led developments. But now you can see, I have many friends in India, and then when they talk in Hindi, then I see that 15 to 25% words they use are English. So and then this happen in other languages. So we don't have a clear policy in language. So we are losing identity that we had due to the language. So we need clear language and language teaching policies. Okay, how many languages we should teach, and how many or what way we can preserve the language. If you look at Singapore, in Singapore, every child has to sit for a language test. English is, compulsory, but every child has to pass a language test in grade 5. But the language test is not for English or other languages, but their mother tongue, their parents, the family language. If Chinese, they have to pass Chinese test. If in Nepali, they have to pass Nepali language test. Malayalam, they have to pass Malayalam test. So maybe there must be some sort of policy like that. And there must be a lot of research into local languages, because they have so much knowledge, traditions there. And then now, earlier they used to give scholarships and privileges for other subjects, but now I feel that the governments have to, or they must give privileges to students who go for language, linguistics and literature studies, so that we can preserve this biggest wealth that humans have amassed in the whole history of their existence. So with this, I stop here. Okay, so if you have any question, one or two, maybe I could answer, but the time is already gone, the time that was given to me. So back to you, organizers. So thank you so much for having me and then allowing me to put forward my ideas here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Jadhav, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us time and valuable guidance to our participants. On behalf of all, once again extend my thanks to you. So now we will move to the next session. Uttam Amburi, sir, please introduce Chidan Patil, sir, for the next address.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once again, good morning to one and all. In fact, after this very, very powerful keynote address of Dr. Lakshman sir, we are once again having a very, very important guest who is a specialist on language and who has worked in various capacities in the field of language. In fact, when I was going through his profile, at the time I saw that he is much interested in language and literature too, and he has worked on a very, very important project, that is a national survey of the status of the teaching of English at the primary level. That is what he carried out. I have also seen that he worked as a lecturer in English at Jalgaon region. Then he moved to CIFL, now we call it as IFLU, and worked there as a chairperson and head of the department of EMRC department. He worked as a BOS chairman. Then he worked as a BOS member on various universities. I am also happy to put it on record that he moved around the world to deliver various keynote addresses and plenary sessions and so many things. In fact, by seeing his enthusiasm, I'm very happy. But I am also very sad that we are a friend at a very late level. But it's my pleasure that he's with us, and in future we'll have various interaction with each other. Dr. Jaden Patil sir, he is one of the person on Indian level. He's working very keenly on languages, trying to see the minute observations of English language. He has also done one course in his student life, that is teaching of English language to those people who don't have English as their mother tongue. And I think he has taken interest throughout his career to teach language, and that's why he's a very, very important figure as far as the language is concerned. I'm very happy to welcome you, sir, and I'm also privileged that you are giving a plenary in this webinar. Thank you very much, sir. Over to Jadhav, sir. Jadhav, sir. Hello.
Jadhav sir.
Jadhav, sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
I think I have finished the introduction in a brief. Okay.
No, yes, sir. Please, it's.
I
please,
hope you heard me.
Yeah. Please give it to the Jaden Patil, sir.
Please give it to Jaden Patil, sir.
Yes, sir. Jaden Patil, sir. Please, it's over to you. Unmute yourself. Yes, sir. Yes. It is clear.
Yes, sir. It's our great pleasure that, sir, you are with us.
written here.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You please begin.
Okay. So a very good morning to you, friends. And at the very outset, I'd like to say a big thank you to Professor Ambure and colleagues. So it's my pleasure and privilege and pride to be here today. And as you know, I'll be talking about culture and language, or the relationship between language and culture for about 20 minutes or so. Right. So I would like to ask a very simple, very fundamental or basic question to start with. Can we really separate the dance from the dancer? Can we really separate the actor from the acting? No, it's not possible. For example, when you watch a dance performance given by a great dancer, a seasoned dancer, an experienced dancer, like Hema Malini, for instance, can we really separate her from her dance? No, we can't. So the dance performance that is given by Hema Malini or any other seasoned or experienced dancer is a manifestation, is an expression, is an actualization of the total personality of the dancer. So it's impossible to separate the dance from the dancer. It's impossible to separate the actor from the acting, right? So similarly, it's impossible for us, for any one of us, to separate culture from language, or to separate culture from any domain of life, any walk of life. Basically, culture is like gravity, and we don't realize the force of this gravity, the force of culture, unless we jump up in the air a few feet. So I worked as a senior English language advisor in Vietnam and Japan for 7 years, and I was sort of uprooted from my culture when I went to these countries, and I was planted, I was lodged in different cultures. And only then did I realize how culture was very important, very crucial, how culture played a very crucial role, significant role in one's life. So culture is like our own shadow. It follows us wherever we go. Culture is like gravity. It pulls us down to our roots, whether we are in our country or whether we are in some other country. So culture is like gravity. Culture is like shadow that follows us all the time. Culture is like onion. We remove one peel, one cover, one part of the onion, and we find more layers and layers and layers. You know, once I was sitting under a banana tree and I looked at a banana flower. I suppose everyone here has seen a banana flower. I looked at the banana flower and I said to myself, isn't Mother Nature very creative? Mother Nature has placed the baby bananas, placed the fragile, easily breakable, cute, innocent baby bananas between two layers of leaves. So I opened one layer of leaves and I found small, fragile, innocent, cute baby bananas. So culture is very similar to a banana flower. You have one layer, you have another layer, you have a third layer, and it goes on and on and on. And the external layer is visible. We can see the external layer, but we don't see the internal, inside layers so easily. So, one, we can't separate culture from language or language from any walk of life. Two, culture is like gravity. Culture is like our own shadow. It follows us wherever we go. And culture is like a banana flower, like a piece of onion. Now, there are different types of culture. Some cultures are individualist cultures. For example, the culture that we find ourselves in America is an individualist culture. In that particular society, in that particular culture, the individual is more important than the society. On the other hand, when we go to Japan or Vietnam, for that matter, we realize that society, community, group is more important than individual. And this is reflected in everyday interactions, everyday verbal and non-verbal communication. So there are different types of culture: individualist cultures, collectivist cultures, self-centered cultures, and other-centered cultures, generalist cultures, and specialist or specific cultures, and so on and so forth. Now, You know, culture is all pervasive. Culture is present everywhere. It's omnipresent. Let me give you some examples. For example, cuisine. You know, we eat so many things every day in our country, and people in different countries eat different things. For example, when you are in Italy, you eat pasta, you eat pizza. When you are in Japan, for example, you eat sushi, sashimi, onigiri, raw fish, and all that. So cuisine is an important aspect of culture, and there are words for certain dishes, there are words for certain delicacies, and all these words which refer to different delicacies, different dishes, different items of the cuisine are examples or reflectors of culture. So code, that is the language that is used in that particular culture, is an important aspect. Code, then cuisine, clock time, currencies, coaxing, questions, cues, celebrations, calendars, all these are examples of culture. Let me say a word or two about each one of these. You know, I said that a culture has specific cuisine. For example, in our country, we have chicken curry. Wherever I go in the world, people say, oh, chicken curry is a very favorite dish in India. So there are certain stereotypical responses to cultures. So cuisine, there are certain words which refer to food items. Clock time, time is perceived and understood in different ways. For example, when you go to Germany, you have one perception, one understanding of the idea of time. When you are in India or in any Asian country, you realize, not all Asian countries, but South Asian countries in particular, you realize that time is stretchable. So we say we start at 10 o'clock, but we start at 11 o'clock or quarter to 11 o'clock. So the perception of time, the understanding of time, the concept of time differs from culture to culture. Currencies, for example, we have Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, on the denominations. In Vietnam, they have Uncle Ho Chi Minh, on their currency notes. Different cultures have different heroes, different nation builders, and their pictures are there found on currency notes. Coaxing is another aspect that refers to culture. For example, let's take the instance of a host-guest relationship. In our country, when we invite somebody, we go on coaxing. Oh, you haven't eaten anything. Why don't you try this? Why don't you have another helping? Why don't you have a third helping, a fourth helping? So we go on coaxing. This doesn't happen in the West, not to that extent. So coaxing is very specific to our culture. For example, the way we greet people, the way we introduce people to others are different from the ways Europeans introduce themselves to others, or they greet people when they meet the people in the morning or in the afternoon or wherever. So cuisine, clock time, currencies, coaxing, the questions that we ask in different cultures depend on the perception of what is permissible, what is admissible, what is acceptable, and what is polite, and what is not so. For example, in certain cultures, people don't ask questions about salaries, about religious persuasions, religious sects, and so on and so forth. So the questions that we ask, the way we stand in queues, for example, look at the way we stand in queue in India. When we board a bus, when we board a train, there is utter confusion, utter chaos, utter bewilderment. That's not the way people stand in queue in the Western countries. So the way we stand in queues, the celebrations that we enjoy in our country, the way we coax the guests, our calendar, solar calendar, lunar calendar, Hindu calendar, Muslim calendar, all these are manifestations of different aspects of culture. Now, I'll narrate a couple of stories, and these stories are embedded. I mean, these stories are loaded with culture-specific assumptions. A young and impressionable moth. I hope everyone is listening attentively. So please listen to this story. I'm going to narrate the story. I'm not going to read it. A young and impressionable moth once set his heart on a certain star. He told his mother about this, and she counseled him to set his heart on a bridge lamp instead. Stars aren't the thing to hang around, she said. Lamps are the thing to hang around. You get somewhere that way, said the moth's father. You don't get anywhere chasing stars. But the moth wouldn't heed the words of either parent. One day, the moth's father said to him, "Look here, my son, you haven't burned a wing in months, and it looks to me as if you were never going to burn a wing. All your brothers have been badly burned flying around street lamps, and all your sisters have been terribly singed flying around house lamps. Now, I would like to draw your attention to certain assumptions, certain presuppositions that are available in stories, in poems, in short, in novels, in short stories, and in one-act plays, and so on and so forth, in different genres of literature. So I would like to direct your attention to certain sentences, certain entrances from this story. Now, the moth left his father's house. We can ask our students, do you see any trace of a culture, any type of culture, matriarchal culture, patriarchal culture, Eastern culture, Western culture? Do you notice any trace of culture or perceptions in this story? So I'm sure the students will come up with a proper or legitimate interpretation of the sentence that you draw their attention to. For example, in this case, the moth left his father's house. Now, we can give them an exercise in critical thinking. We can enable them to think critically and to interpret certain utterances, certain sentences in the story. Now, why is it that the author says that the moth left his father's house? Why doesn't he refer to the house as mother's house? It is the mother who spends a lot of time at home. It is the mother who takes care of the family, and it is the mother who does a lot of washing and cleaning and cooking and mopping and so on and so forth. So in fact, the house should be referred to as mother's house, not as father's house. At least the house needs to be referred to as parents' house. Now, this means that the story has certain nuances, certain hints, certain implications, certain clues that are scattered all over the story. And this is a significant clue, that in this story, the house is described as father's house, not as mother's house. This is symbolic of patriarchal society, whether it's in India or China or Nepal or in some Western country. It is evident that the author is biased, gender biased, gender prejudiced, because the house is described as father's house, not as mother's house. Now, I would like to draw your attention to two more sentences from the story. At one point in the story, the father moth says to the son moth, all your brothers have been badly burned, flying around street lamps. Please look at this expression, street lamps. All your brothers have been badly burned, flying around street lamps. And all your sisters have been terribly singed, flying around house lamps. You see how these sentences are culturally loaded. There is again some trace of gender bias. You see, the sister moths are not allowed to fly around street lamps. They are not supposed to go out of the house, especially in the evening or at night. But the male moths, the brother moths, are allowed to go outside. And therefore the author says, all your brothers have been badly burned flying around street lamps. So they can go and fly around street lamps because they are males, because they are brothers. And all your sisters have been terribly singed flying around house lamps. And the sister moths, the daughter moths, the female moths are supposed to fly around only the house lamps. They are not supposed to go out or step out of the house. So these three sentences, which I've chosen from this particular story, are loaded with culture. And this culture can be described as patriarchal culture. So culture is there in any work of art. I cannot accept the proposition that certain artifacts or certain works of art, certain works of literature are neutral. No, there is no work of literature, there is no literary work which is devoid of any culture. There is some culture, some trace of the culture or the other available or present in any literary work. Now I'm going to narrate one more story. Once upon a time, there was a young man. And about 22 years ago, he was born in a poor family. A year ago, he got married when he was 21, and he got married into a poor family. One morning, he got up and he said to his mother, "Mother, I would like to go and see my mother-in-law. I haven't seen her for a year. I saw her only when I got married, and it's been a year since I've seen her. So can I go and see my mother-in-law?" And the mother said, "All right, my son, you should go and see your mother-in-law. Your mother-in-law lives alone. She is a widow. She lost her husband a few years ago, and she doesn't have a son. She doesn't have another daughter. Your wife, that is my daughter-in-law, is her only relative. So do go and meet her. I'm sure she'll be extremely happy to see you." So the next day, this young man left his house at 8:30 in the morning, and he walked over to his mother-in-law's village. It was only a few kilometers. So by 10 o'clock or 10:30, he was there in mother-in-law's village. The moment the mother-in-law saw the son-in-law, she was elated. She was delighted. And she spread a mat on the floor and she requested the son-in-law to be comfortable. The son-in-law refused to sit on the floor, on the mat, because he remembered the advice that was given to him before he left his house. What was the advice given to him by his mother? Number one, the mother gave him two pieces of advice. And the first piece was like this: "My son, you are going to your mother-in-law's house. You are a son-in-law, and you are a fresh, new brand new son-in-law. And in India, in our culture, a fresh son-in-law is a VIP, very important person. So don't sit on a low place." "All right, mother," he had said when she had given him the first piece of advice. "Number two, my son, don't use light words. Number one, don't sit on a low place. You are a son-in-law, and son-in-law in our culture is a very important person. And use weighty words, use heavy words." And the man said, "Okay, mom, I'll not sit on a low place and I'll not use light words. I'll sit on a high place and I'll use weighty words, heavy words." When he reached his mother-in-law's house, the mother-in-law requested him to be comfortable on the mat she had spread on the floor. He refused because he remembered the first piece of advice given to him by his mother. Unfortunately for him and for the mother-in-law, the old woman, he saw a haystack just in front of the house. And he said to himself, "That's a high place." And he rushed out of the house, he ran out of the house and mounted up the haystack and sat on top like a yogi. The whole village gathered around him in 5-10 minutes, and people began to whisper, "What's the problem with this man? When he got married, he was absolutely normal. But why is he sitting on top of the haystack now? Has he gone crazy?" And the mother-in-law came out of the house and requested the son-in-law to climb down. He refused, and he said, "Axe, A-X-E, axe." And the mother-in-law missed a heartbeat. She didn't know why he was talking about axe. She repeated her request and asked him to be comfortable inside the house. And he said, "Hammer." "Hammer?" The old woman got panicked, more panicked. And when she repeated the request a third time, the son-in-law said, "Grinding stone." Now, there is a lot of culture, Indian culture here, because in our culture, even today, we believe, whether we are illiterate or educated, whether we live in villages or in urban towns or cities, whether we live in towns or cities or whether we live in villages, we still believe that a son-in-law is a very important person. Yes, for the first 1 or 2 years, he's the VIP, very important person. But as soon as a baby is born in the family, he loses his status as a VIP. He remains a VIP, but in a different sense. Initially, he is a very important person, but this VIP becomes a very idiotic person because the center of gravity moves from him to the baby, newly born or newborn baby. So this culture that a son-in-law is a very important person, is found, I think, in Nepal. I'm sure my friend Lakshmanji is listening to me, and he will bear me out whether this is found in Nepalese culture as well, that a son-in-law is a very important person. Everyone runs after him, and tries to appease him, tries to entertain him and offer him drinks and eatables, and tries to see whether he is comfortable or not. So the content itself, the content of the story is culture bound. And when the content is culture bound, naturally the language that reflects the content, which is culture bound, also becomes culture bound. So the relationship between language and culture is inseparable. Just as listening is inseparable from speaking, just as a dancer is inseparable from a dance, culture is inseparable from literature, culture is inseparable from language, and so on and so forth. I'll give you one example from Shakespeare. I'll take you to one of those sonnets that Shakespeare wrote years ago, centuries ago. And the sonnet has this line: "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" Now, summer in Britain is a pleasant season. Summer in India is scorching. It's unbearably hot. We sweat, we profusely sweat in summer in our country, especially in the north, in the southern part or central part of India. Kashmir is different, for example, or Himachal is different. So what is a compliment in one culture? Like in Britain, it's a compliment because summer in Britain is a pleasant season. And therefore, the question asked by the man to his beloved becomes a compliment. Shall I compare you to a summer's day in or to a day in summer? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? But the same sentence or the same line will become a criticism, an accusation in a culture like our culture, because summer here is quite different, is diametrically opposite. It's very hot summer. Summer is very hot in India, and summer is very pleasant in Britain. So you see, I'm trying to demonstrate to you how what is a compliment in one culture becomes a criticism, becomes an accusation, or becomes a blame in another culture. Now, there is an essay by A.G. Gardner, and the title of the essay is On Saying Please. And this is what happens in that particular story. There is a liftman, there is a lift operator, elevator operator, and somebody enters the lift and says, "Stop." Because the lift user doesn't say please, what the lift operator does is he lifts this lift user and throws him out of the lift. Now this explains the importance, the significance, right? The crucial role that plays, crucial role that is played by language in culture. I would say there are two basic types of culture: individual culture and collective culture. Now this reflects individual culture, but that particular lift operator is not a polite person. That doesn't mean that the whole culture that he comes from is impolite, right? Japan is said to be probably the most polite culture in the world, but occasionally you may come across a person who is not very polite, who is an exception to that pervasive politeness in that particular culture. So culture can be personal, individual, that a person may be discourteous, may be dishonest, may be arrogant, may be rude, right? And that person is an exception in that particular culture because that particular culture is, predominantly very polite culture. So that is personal culture. The lift operator, the liftman, is individually, at his individual personal level, is impolite. But that doesn't mean that the culture that he comes from is like that. No. Then there is collective culture. Collective culture refers to the polite behavior, verbal behavior, non-verbal behavior that is exhibited, that is demonstrated by the society as a whole or the community as a whole. Now, I'll give you one more example of individual culture, and this is from Mahabharata. I don't know whether it is true, whether it is there in the original Mahabharata, but there is, or it may be an anecdote. Probably it's an anecdote. We all know the characters. There are three characters in this anecdote. One character is Lord Krishna. The second character is Duryodhana. and the third character is Yudhishthira. Lord Krishna, Yudhishthira, and Duryodhana. One day, Duryodhana approaches Lord Krishna and says, I don't understand why everyone likes Yudhishthira and nobody likes me. This was the question asked by Duryodhana to Lord Krishna. I don't know why everyone likes and appreciates the behavior, the conduct, the demeanor of Yudhishthira and why nobody likes me. And Lord Krishna says to Duryodhana, okay, I'll give you the answer. You will find the answer. Do what I say. Go back to the city and come back after a week with somebody who is a very noble person, who is a very good person, very modest person, very polite person. And then he calls Yudhishthira and says, go back to the town and go from door to door, house to house, and find me one person who is a very nasty person, who is a very bad person. And after a week, both these people, Yudhishthira and Duryodhana, come back to Lord Krishna. And Yudhishthira says to Lord Krishna, I'm sorry, Lord Krishna, I went from house to house, door to door, street to street, but I didn't and couldn't find even one nasty, impolite, bad person. And then Duryodhana said, I went from house to house and street to street and locality to locality, and I didn't find even one good person. You see, Yudhishthira could find no bad person in the state, and Duryodhana could find no good person in the same state, in the same city. This reflects individual temperament, individual disposition. This reflects individual culture. So culture is a very, very complex phenomenon. And when we make any statement about any culture for that matter, we need to be extra careful. Once, two people were traveling by bus, and one of them saw through the window of the bus, a herd of sheep. And he saw that the sheep were shorn, right? And he said to the other person, to his friend sitting next to him on the bus, he said, I think those sheep are shorn. And the other person said, yes, on this side, they seem to have been shorn. We don't know whether they have been shorn on the other side because we don't see the other side of the sheep, right? So when we make a statement about any culture, oh, this culture is bad, oh, that culture is good, right? When we make a statement like this, we need to be very, very careful because culture is a mammoth phenomenon. It's a huge phenomenon. And there are hundreds and thousands of facets, hundreds and thousands of aspects to that culture. So we need to be very careful. But sometimes even, in fact, quite often people make very black and white statements, blanket statements. Oh, they say, when I was in Japan, I was in Vietnam, I was there for 7 years in both the countries. I mean, 3.5 years and 3.5 years. I heard lots of people saying, Indian women are very beautiful. And I used to say to them, not every woman in India is beautiful. And not every woman in Vietnam is not beautiful. So people have stereotypical responses to cultures. I said to you some time ago that the moment you say you are from India, they remember a few things. For example, oh, Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi. Or they remember, for example, some cuisine like, oh, chicken curry. And when you go to a country like Japan, they say, oh, you're from India, very hot country. But it's not the whole country is hot. The northern part is not hot at all. It's cold, in fact. But people have certain prejudices, certain biases, certain fractured, fragmented, distorted opinions and perceptions and understandings of culture. So we need to be very careful. And I'll give you one more example and then call it a day. You see, in our culture, we try to elevate the listener and we try to lower our own status. For example, when Lakshmanji comes to my house in Pune, I will say, please be comfortable, this is your own house. He knows my house is not his house. I know that my house is not his house, but in order for me to be able to make him feel comfortable, I say, this is your house, Lakshmanji. Why don't you, why aren't you comfortable? Please be comfortable. And I say, oh, my house is only a cottage. My house may be a bungalow. It may be a huge apartment or bungalow, right? But I'll not say, oh, my house is a big bungalow. Don't worry, come and stay here for a day. I'll say, my house is just a cottage, but we will be very happy if you can come and stay with us for a day or so. So whatever belongs to me is ordinary. Whatever belongs to the listener is extraordinary. My house, to use an expression from Urdu, my house is a garib khana. And your house, the listener's house, the hearer's house is a daulat khana. So we say, aap mere garib khane par kab tashrif laenge? So your visit to my house is tashrif lana, and my house is garib khana. But if I want to say, मैं आपके दौलत खाने पे कब हाजिर हूं, so your house becomes a daulat khana, my house becomes a garib khana, and your visit to my house becomes a tashrif lana, and my visit to your house becomes hajir hona. So this phenomenon of elevating the status, elevating the stature of the listener, the hearer, heightening or putting the listener on a high pedestal and lowering our own stature is very specific to our cultures, Nepalese culture, Pakistani culture, Indian culture, and so on and so forth. So we try to praise the listener and dispraise ourselves. For example, we say, Are yaar, main bhi kitna bewakoof hu, kitna ullu hu. But I can't say that of the other person, about the other person. Are yaar, kitne ullu ho tum. No, it's not polite. So I can use words like ullu, bewakoof when I refer to myself, right? So whatever belongs to me is ordinary. Whatever belongs to the listener is extraordinary. Listener's house is daulat khana. My house is garib khana. Listener's visit to me is tashrif lana. My visit to the listener's house is hajir hona. So I maximize praise of the other and maximize dispraise of myself. I maximize benefit to the listener and maximize cost to myself. I maximize agreement with the listener and minimize disagreement with the listener, and so on and so forth. So this is a very complex phenomenon. Now, if you really talk about various aspects of a culture, various facets of a culture, you need a 1 week long, at least a 1 week long webinar, 5 hours a day and 6 days a week. So you need a long, prolonged webinar or seminar if you really want to talk meaningfully and in a very relevant manner and illustrative manner about any culture for that matter, or culture in general. Thank you very much for listening to me very patiently. Over to you, Professor Ambure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was really a very, very fantastic speech.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Now, if there are any questions, you can ask the audience or the attendees, the participants, to ask me those questions right away.
Yeah, they will put in the chat box, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And you can read them to me?
Continue with the session, so they might ask after the session.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in that case, I need to be here all the time. So I would request the audience, the attendees, or the participants, to ask me their questions, and I'll be happy to answer those questions in my own way, humble way.
Right way. Thank you, sir. Dadu, sir.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Appeal to the participants. If they have questions, they put in the chat box.
Yes, yes.
You can read them. You can read them.
Yeah.
All participants, if you have any question to Dr. Jiten Patil, sir, please put it in a Q&A or chat box. Then we can read it. But actually, sir, it's a session is going on now, so we have given before instruction that after session you can ask the question. So that's why they might put the question after another session.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know,
okay, okay, no problem.
I know, but then sometimes the electricity goes off. Or something.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So
There's
I
no
won't be
problem.
able to answer those questions.
Yeah. No
Yeah.
issue, sir. So shall we move forward, sir?
Yes, sir, please.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Patil sir, on behalf of all participants and college and
So there are
university faculty.
no questions? No questions?
I think no question.
No
Okay,
questions.
okay.
Sir.
Okay, thank you so much,
Thank you
Professor.
very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Tambure
Yes.
and colleague. And
Yes.
Mr.
Yes,
Ji.
sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Now,
thank you.
now I give this charge to Dr. Sudhir Mungle, sir, to introduce Dr. Sudhir Nikam, sir. Sudhir Mungle, sir, it's over to you, please.
Thank you, Dr. K.D. Jadhav, sir. A very good afternoon to all. Respected Dr. Sudhir Nikam, sir, dignitaries on the panel, and dear participants. I'm before you to introduce Dr. Sudhir Nikam, the speaker for this plenary session, who will talk on the topic philosophy of language. Dr. Sudhir Nikam is the chairman of Board of Studies in English, Mumbai University, Mumbai. He is also the member of Academic Council, Research and Recognition Committee of Mumbai University. He is presently working as the Associate Professor and Head, Postgraduate Department of English, BNN College, Bhiwandi, Mumbai. He has been the former Secretary of Indian Association for Canadian Studies. Dr. Sudhir Nikam is also a member of Board of Studies in English, Rashtrasant Tukroji Maharaj Nagpur University, Shivaji University Kolhapur, and Bhavnagar University. And also, he is a member of Board of Studies of many autonomous colleges across India. He is also a member of Research and Recognition Committee of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Lonere, and KJ Somaiya Comprehensive College, Mumbai. Dr. Nikam has published books as well as articles in reputed national and international journals. He is the editor of the reputed international journals Literary Insight, Contemporary Discourse, and the Journal of Higher Education and Research Society. Dr. Nikam has delivered lectures in various national and international conferences. He has also conducted several sessions in UGC Human Resource Development Center at Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Ahmedabad. 13 PhD students have been awarded under his guideship, and I take this opportunity to mention that I am one of his research students. Dr. Sudhir Nikam has evaluated 80 plus PhD thesis and conducted viva voce of all the students in various universities. Dr. Nikam is the president of Higher Education and Research Society, an international forum for academics, researchers from across the globe. Till this date, he has organized 7 international seminars and conferences, 1 national workshop, and presently, during this COVID-19 pandemic, he has organized a series of talks, expert talks from across various fields for society. His contribution to the field of academics and society has brought him many national awards. Such an eminent scholar we have with us as the speaker for this plenary session. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of the organizers and request you to deliver your talk. Over to you, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mugle, for giving an exhaustive introduction. In fact, we are running short of time. It could have been a little shorter, but thanks a lot for introducing me so nicely. I take an opportunity, or rather I would call it as a privilege, to thank the organizers of this conference web conference for inviting me here to deliver a talk, or rather have a dialogue with the participants. First and foremost, Dr. Uttam Ambore, Professor and Head and Chairperson of the Board of Studies of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Dr. Sunil Pawar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there seems to be some noise from somewhere. Principal Dr. Sunil Pawar, Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, the convener, and dear friends. The issues that I will be discussing will be from a very different perspective in a sense. Usually, whenever we discuss something as students of literature or teachers of literature, we discuss it from the point of view of literature. For instance, when we are discussing any historical phenomena or any political activity, we are always conscious that we are teachers of literature or students of literature, and from that perspective we discuss those cultural practices. However, here I would be discussing philosophy of language, that is how language is perceived by the scholars of philosophy. So this would be the core of my discussion here. To talk about philosophy of language is the recent inquiry into the origins of language, the nature of meaning, the usage and cognition of language, and the relationship between language and reality. So in a whole, it talks about what language is and to what extent its existence may make an impact of human behavior or human culture. It overlaps to some extent with the study of epistemology, logic, philosophy of mind, and other fields, including linguistics or even psychology. So although for many analytical philosophers, it is an important discipline in its own right. So the discussion is focused from the perspective of a philosopher or scholars of philosophy. Philosophy of language asks certain questions. These include what is meaning? So how meaning takes place? Or it may ask certain questions like how does language refer to the real world? It may also ask certain questions like is language learned or is it innate? Whether it comes automatically or whether we need to take special efforts in order to learn language. Or how does the meaning of a sentence emerge out of its part? So all these questions appeal to curiosity of human being or curiosity of human mind. So human mind is always busy in asking certain questions, and philosophy of language tries to answer all those questions that arise in the mind of any speaker of language or listener of language. So in the Western tradition, the early work regarding philosophy of language was covered as usual by Plato and Aristotle. So even being students of literature, we talk about Plato and Aristotle, and even philosophers, they cannot avoid Plato and Aristotle because earlier all the disciplines were same: literature, logic, even mathematics to some extent, all those were integral part of study. And the Stoics of ancient Greece, Plato generally considered that the names of things are determined by nature, with each phoneme representing basic ideas or sentiments, and that convention only has a small part to play. And we know Aristotle has something different to say about it. Aristotle held that the meaning of a predicate is established through an abstraction of similarities between various individual things. His assumption that these similarities are constituted by a real commonality of form, however, also makes him a proponent of moderate realism. So now, to focus on the Stoic philosophers. The Stoic philosophers made important contributions to the analysis of grammar, distinguishing 5 parts of speech that we know. What they talked, the lecton, that is the meaning or sense of every term, gave rise to the important concept of the proposition of a sentence. Its ability to be considered as an assertion with which can be either true or false. So scholastics of medieval era were greatly interested in the subtleties of language and its usage. So language and its usage has been a matter of inquiry since long, and it provoked to some extent by the necessity of translating Greek texts into Latin, with many thinkers and philosophers meriting particular mention. They considered logic to be a science of language and anticipated many of the most interesting problems of modern philosophy of language, including the phenomena of vagueness and ambiguity. So vagueness and ambiguity also became a part of study in order to understand the existence of language in a proper way. The doctrines of proper and improper supposition and the study of categomematic and syntagmatic words and items. Linguistics of Renaissance period, now to think about Renaissance, were particularly interested in the idea of a philosophical language spurred on by the gradual discovery in the west of Chinese characters and Egyptian hieroglyphs. Now, to trace the history of philosophy of language, language finally began to play a more central role in Western philosophy in the late 19th century. So this is a modern phenomenon. Even more so in the 20th century, especially after the publication of Ferdinand de Saussure's Cours de Linguistique General, which is most often talked about. For a time in 20th century, philosophical branches of analytical philosophy, many a times philosophy of language is also considered to be synonymous with analytical philosophy and ordinary language philosophy circles. Philosophy as a whole was understood to be purely a matter of philosophy of language. So philosophy of language is very much curious to know the nature of language. So one of the most fundamental questions asked in philosophy of language is, what is language? Or it may be asked in general terms. So according to semiotics, language is mere manipulation and use of symbols in order to draw attention to signified content, in which case humans would not be the sole possessors of language skills. So nothing is in the hand of human being. Linguistics is the field of study that asks questions like, what distinguishes one particular language from another language? So linguistics or linguists take it into granted that language is a scientific phenomena and they have certain assumptions, and based on those assumptions, linguists make an inquiry. But the inquiry that the philosophers make, it is a very innovative and rather it may be called as innocent inquiry. Chomsky, for example, believes that humans are born with an innate understanding of what he calls universal grammar, which we are aware, and a child's exposure to a particular language just triggers this antecedent knowledge. Chomsky begins with the study of people's internal language, which are based upon certain rules which generate grammars supported in part by conviction that there is no clear, general, and principled difference between one language and the next. And it may apply across the field of all languages, not just one language. So other attempts which we dubbed e-languages have tried to explain a language as usage within a specific speech community with a specific set of well-formed utterances in mind. So the resulting view or translation and interpretation present other problems to philosophers of language. So translation and interpretation, that is also a point of discussion where philosophers have invested a lot of energy. We should remember in the 1950s, W.V. Quine argued for the interminacy of meaning and reference based on the principle of radical translation. So what he claims is, in such a situation, it is impossible in principle to be absolutely certain of the meaning or reference that a speaker of a primitive tribe's language attaches to an utterance. And since the references are interminate, there are many possible interpretations and no one of which is more correct than other. So multiplicity of meaning and multiplicity of interpretations are also the topics of curiosity for philosophers. The resulting view is called semantic holism, a type of holism which holds that meaning is not something that is associated with a single word or sentence, but can only be attributed to a whole language. So we need to refer to the entire body of language in order to understand it. And it extended this argument further to the notion of radical interpretation, that the meaning that an individual ascribes to a sentence can only be determined by attributing meaning to many, perhaps all of individual's assertions, as well as his mental states and arguments. So language is a very complex phenomena which can be understood by making reference to so many bodies, not just a specific phenomena. The language of meaning or nature of meaning. So what is meaning? So philosophy itself is mostly related with interpretation of certain happenings with the life of human being, that is ideas emerging from the mind of human being. And as we have seen, then the answer to the question, so the question, what is meaning, is not immediately obvious. So we cannot answer it immediately. So meaning can be described as the content carried by the words or signs exchanged by people when communicating through language. So it is through language only that it can be discussed. Arguably, there are two essentially different types of linguistic meanings. The first is conceptual meaning. Conceptual meaning, now it refers to definitions of words themselves and the features of those definitions which can be treated using semantic feature analysis. The second is associated, which refers to the individual mental understanding of a speaker and which may be connotative, it may be collocative, it may be social, or it may be affective, reflective, or even thematic. Now, there are several different approaches to explaining what a linguist meaning is. Out of these, the first one is idea theory. Idea theory claims that meanings are purely mental contents provoked by the science. So this approach is mainly associated with the British empiricist tradition of John Locke, George Berkeley, and David Hume. So all these are basic philosophers without referring to whom we cannot proceed for the real discussion of philosophy of language. Although interest in it has been renewed by some contemporary theorists under the guise of semantic internalism. Second, conditional theories. So truth conditional theories hold meaning to be the conditions under which an expression may be true or false. So this tradition goes back to Frege, although there has also been much more modern work in this area. Another is use theories. So what are use theories? Use theories understand the meaning to involve or be related to speech acts and particular utterances, and not the expressions themselves. So this approach was pioneered by Ludwig Wittgenstein and his communicatarian views of language. So without Wittgenstein, there is no meaning in discussion of use of theories. Another is reference theories or semantic existentialism, which view meaning to be equivalent to those things in the world that are actually connected to sign. Again, there is something called as verification theory, which associates the meaning of a sentence with its method of verification or falsification. So this verificationist approach was adopted by the logical positivists of the early 20th century. And the last approach to focus on is pragmatist approach or pragmatist theory, which maintain that the meaning and understanding of a sentence is determined by consequences of its application. So this approach was favored by Peirce and other early 20th century pragmatists. One more curiosity of philosophers of language is intentionality. So how intention of in language works and what are its effect, because language, unless and until it reaches to the listener and listener acts upon, it is of no significance. So another important concept while discussing philosophy of language is that of intentionality. Sometimes it is also defined as aboutness. Some things are about other things, and intentionality is the term for this feature that certain mental states have of being directed at objects and the states of affairs in the real world. Thus, our beliefs, fears, hopes, and desires are intentional in that they must have an object. The term was initially coined by scholastics in the Middle Age, but was revived in the 19th century by philosopher and psychologist Franz Bretonto, and important predecessors of the school of phenomenology. So Brentano claimed that all and the mental phenomena exhibit intentionality, which he saw as proof that mental phenomena could not be the same thing as or a species of physical phenomena. So the later philosophers of language, such as J.L. Austin or even John Searle, have posed the question, how does the mind and the language that we use impose intentionality on the objects that are intrinsically intentional?
Hello.
Yes. Anybody speaking?
No, sir. Continue.
Yeah,
The
thank
question
you.
will be taken at
Yeah. So how does the mind and the language that we use impose intentionality on the objects? This is the matter of inquiry. Another thing to be discussed with reference to philosophy of language is reference. So everything in language has reference. Without reference, we do not utter a single word or comprehensive statement. So how language interacts with the world? What philosophers call reference has interested many philosophers of language over the years. So J.S. Mill believed in a type of direct reference theory whereby the meaning of an expression lies in what it points out in the world. He identified two components to consider. For most terms of language, the first one is denotation, that is the literal meaning of a word or a term. And the second is connotation, which is the subjective, cultural, or emotional coloration attached to a word or term. So according to Mill, proper names such as of people of places have only denotative and no connotation. That a sentence which refers to a mythological creature, for example, has no meaning because it has no reference in the real world. So Gottlob Frege was an advocate of a mediated reference theory, which posits that the words refer to something in the external world, but insists that there is more to the meaning of a name than simply the object to which it refers. So Frege divided the semantic content of every expression, including sentences, into two components because he was a German philosopher. The first component is called as Sinn, S-I-N-N. So Sinn usually translated as sense, S-E-N-C, and the other is Bedeutung, meaning denotation or reference. So the sense of sentence is abstract, universal, and objective thought that it expresses, but also the mode of presentation of the object that it refers to. So the reference is object or objects is the real world that words pick out and represents the truth value, whether the true or the false, either of the two. Senses determined reference and the names that refer to the same object can have different senses. Again, Bertrand Russell, like Frege, was also a descriptivist of sorts, in that he held that the meaning of names are identical to the descriptions associated with them by the speakers, or a contextually appropriate description can be substituted for the name. But he held that the only directly referential expressions are what he called logically proper names. For example, I, now, here, and other indexicals, that is the terms which symbolically point to or indicate some state of affairs. So he described proper names of people or places as abbreviated definite descriptions, the name standing in for a more detailed description of who or what the person or place really is. And he also considered them not to be meaningful on their own, not directly referential. So sentence composition is also one of the crucial thing that philosophers inquire. So philosophical semantics tends to focus on principles of compositionality in order to explain the relationship between meaningful parts and whole sentence. So there are two general methods of understanding the relationship between the parts of linguistic string and how it is put together. The first one is syntactic tree, which focuses on the words of a sentence with the grammar of sentence in mind. And the second one is semantic trees, which focus on the role of meaning of a word and how that word combines meanings. There are three main schools of thought on the issue of language learning. The first school of thought is behaviorism. Behaviorism holds that the bulk of language is learned via conditioning. So conditioning is very much emphasized here. The second is hypothesis testing. So hypothesis testing holds that learning occurs through postulation and testing of hypotheses through the use of general faculty of intelligence. The third is innatism, which holds that at least some of the syntactic settings are innate and hardwired based on certain modules of mind. There are also varying notions of the structure of brain when it comes to language, and there is an exhaustive discussion given by various philosophers which could have been discussed, but it is not possible to discuss all these things in such a short span of time. To come to an end or to sum up the discussion on philosophy of language, I would like to state that philosophy of language in general investigates the nature of language, the relations between language, language users, and the world. Investigations may include inquiry into nature of meaning, intentionality, reference, and the constitution of sentences. Even it includes concepts, learning, and thought. In continental philosophy, for example, language is not studied as separate discipline as it is in analytic philosophy. Rather, it is inextricable part of many other areas of thought such as phenomenology, structural semiotics, hermeneutics, existentialism, structuralism, deconstruction, and critical theory. So thank you for listening me patiently and giving me an opportunity to discuss something which is mostly discussed by philosophers, and it never came in the platform of deliberations like this. And the theme of the conference itself begins with a web multidisciplinary conference. So since it is multidisciplinary conference, I thought it better to talk something which is of multidisciplinary nature and introduce something which may provoke further research or further discussion in the area of literature. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Nikam sir. On behalf of all college and all faculties and participants, once again I extend my word to you. So thank you very much. So we move forward. Yes, Ambari sir, shall we move forward?
Okay, thank you, Nikam sir. Thank you very much. Next, sir.
Yes, sir. So the next guest for this session is Dr. Milind Pandit sir. He is professor and head, and he is a junior research fellow. He completed research on the works of Mahasweta Devi, post-colonial and subaltern aspects. His area of interest is linguistics, theory, literature, and social studies. Right now working at MSS Arts, Science and Commerce College, Ambad, District Jalna, and has 17 years of experience. Also working as a recognized research supervisor. Is a resource person in went to many places, central and state universities, for delivering lectures on the academic and social grounds. He has published 2 books and published over 10 research article papers in the standard, reputed and peer-reviewed international and national journals. He is a member of Board of Studies in English, also a creative writer, as poetry, short stories in English, He's a translator of literary works as well. He has published 3 poems in English. So many things are there to say about Dr. Milind Pandit sir. So without taking much of time, now I will hand over this to Dr. Milind Pandit sir. Sir, it's over to you. Milind Pandit sir, please.
So before
Thank you, sir.
Milind Pandit begins, let me add one thing, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Milind Pandit was very instrumental in this organizing the seminar, and he has given almost all sub-themes to this seminar. So it's my pleasure to welcome him and to just request him to deliver the speech.
Yes, please, Milind Pandit sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zado. And what can I say about Dr. Uttam Ambore, Professor and Head, Department of English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Actually, I feel humbled by the usual encouragement and support I earn from him. So he is always like that. Well, first of all, it is my duty to place on record my heartfelt thanks to Professor Ambore, Head, Department of English of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Chair of BOS in English. He is a creative artist, a very well-known and pungent poet sometimes, and then he is also a critic of high order. Then it is also necessary for me to, instead of necessary but natural, to put my sincere thanks to Professor Sunil Pawar, Principal of Mohekar College, Dr. K.D. Jadhav, for this rare opportunity. And of course, Dr. Mustajib Khan Anandubare, Dr. Anandubare, Dr. Mehernisa Pathan, Dr. Sudhir Nikam, who has recently presented his views on language and philosophy. And yes, one person that I have been consistently watching, being part of the webinars and web conferences across Maharashtra or India for that matter, has been Dr. Parin Somani from London. So it is a great pleasure to have you, madam, here. Well, sir, I would like to share my screen. I think the permission is already there. I hope the screen is visible, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So today, I would like to discuss the topic that is English language, the professional perspective. In fact, the keynote address was so mesmerizing that it held my attention completely, because it was all about, say, functions of language. And as far as that keynote was concerned, I could find out certain new ideas out of that. And yes, another paper by another presentation by Dr. Sudhir Nikam, a close friend of mine, has also, in fact, included certain aspects of presentation that actually have eased my burden of elaborating upon. But then here, I would like to go by this topic and yes, discussing this topic within a short span of time, I'm not used to. In fact, is a bit of challenge for me, but I would definitely do my best to wind up within the stipulated time. I can understand the kind of suffering that the organizers have to ultimately shoulder. Well, as far as English language is concerned, I would like to slightly throw some light upon the background of introduction of English into India. We do understand, actually, this is just a kind of revision, but still I would like to begin with that so that I could take my views ahead in the determined way. East India Company introduced it by way of the first charter. It was during 1600. And later on, this language became a language of public instruction in 1813. 1930, and afterwards it replaced Persian as the official language in 1835. My basic focus is upon the Minute of Thomas Babington Macaulay, that actually has been the cause of great debates and discussions and arguments, and of course vociferous sessions all across the academia of India. And I have something to say. I'm something ambivalent to say about this minute. I have chosen a quote from his minute, which appears in Bill Ashcroft's text. We must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. To that class, we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from the Western nomenclature, and to render them by degrees fit vehicles for conveying knowledge to the great mass of the population. Here, I have to point out two things. One is, yes, Thomas Macaulay has always been criticized in a context, and that, of course, happens to be a right criticism. There's nothing wrong with it. But the other side of, say, Macaulay's criticism and Macaulay's ideas has been that he has also taken care of development of the vernaculars in his quote. That is what. And he also had got focused his attention upon development of the dying languages like Pali, Sanskrit, Prakrit, etc. It is said. Well, apart from this, when we start answering, say, Macaulay that way, one thing is generally found missing in that response, and it is the people simply go on criticizing him. And as far as the appropriate or the fitting answer to his ideology is concerned, I think we can put it to him with the help of a rich legacy of education that took place in India. And it was, of course, it is, of course, with reference to Nalanda and Takshashila, because those were the universities where, when functioning on an outstanding, excellent levels, an outstanding level or excellent level for that matter, Macaulay's culture was not into development at all. So I think that is the way we can answer. But whatever, Macaulay has been responsible basically in introducing English into our country. The second quote I have taken, I have derived is from the Constitution of India. The clause of 300, the clause number 343, the subclause of it, this article actually tells this: notwithstanding anything in clause 1 for a period of 15 years from the commencement of this constitution, the English language shall continue to be used for all the official purposes of the union for which it was being used immediately before such commencement. So here I would like to tell that the Constitution of India had given the official associate language status to the English language. And we understand well that despite the fact that it is more than 15 years since its inception, that English language could not be, for example, driven out from this country, which exactly means that we have to anyhow cope with it. That is a simple equation here. And I would like to now move further with this profession. As far as professional perspective is concerned, I would like to say that this aspect is not much seriously taken into consideration in most of the places I can say, or I can have liberty to say for that matter. As far as the profession is concerned, as the Honorable Vice Chancellor, right in his introductory remark had said, inaugural remark said that we are incomplete without language. So profession is going to be incomplete without language. That is what I would like to emphasize. before moving ahead, what the professional perspective can be, while applying English to our context, I would like to say that it is slightly important for us to have a glance at the status of English in India. For example, it is the official language in Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Chandigarh. And it is an official language in the states like Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, Karnataka, Kerala, Manipur, then Sikkim, and Tamil Nadu. So here, the status of English as official language could be clearly seen. And it is also the language of parliamentary proceedings and law, judiciary, legislature, and administration, interstate communication, science, engineering, technology, medical science, etc. Why did I mention this? The answer is simple. If these are the fields occupied by English as a dominant language, then it is important that English be introduced in a professional manner to the students. And we also have an issue before us, and it is that of which English are we supposed to choose? British, American, Australasian, Indian, or African? And Professor Ambore is witness to that. When I had introduced a paper on Indian English, that paper had caused great provocation in that hall. It was an international level conference. And Halliday's co-author was present over there. So I have my own argument that Indian English is not concretely that much present. I do not mean that Indian English is not present with us, but it is not that concretely present as could be found in the case of, say, other types of English or other Englishes like British, American, Australasian, African, etc. But whatever, the point is that we have to choose one specific kind. Then again, it is a matter of individual choice. One can go for a hybridized version of English, no doubt about that. But then there are certain contexts that matter. And when it comes to the Indian context, we have, say, for example, the nomenclatures like English, Benglish, Manglish, Tenglish, Tanglish, Kanglish, etc., which exactly indicates that when you communicate in English in a state like, say, UP or Delhi, you find that you're speaking a mixed version of Hindi and English. In Bengal, it is the same. We have, I'm sorry, the similar case in, say, Malayalam context, Telugu context, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, etc. There's a textbook written by Jyoti Sanyal, the title of which is English. In that text, he has elaborated upon these concepts, and he has also given certain way to overcome the problems of English in India. Then when it comes to career abroad, because profession, I mean career here, and I'm speaking especially from the perspective of the students and their career. So when it means career abroad or profession abroad, for example, for the sake of study, work, or immigration, etc., then these are the tests that one is bound to clear. For example, we have TOEFL, which happens to be possibly the oldest test, while anyone going abroad has to clear. The other is IELTS, then we have TOEIC, and then we have PTEA and OPI. When one desires to be a professional abroad, I think these tests are to be cleared. See, there are multiple views, there's a multitude of views, and it depends upon how one takes it. Of course, everyone has the individual right in a democratic country to whatever way to use language. And yes, that is of course the individual choice. But when it comes to certain context, language is mostly a matter of context. When it comes to the context, these things definitely matter there. And then here, I have to share something about certain professions at home. And these professions are, for example, education, the field of education. We have the IAS, IPS, IFS, IRS, judiciary, journalism, entrepreneurship. Then we have banking and finance, sports, interpreting, translation, writing, etc. Now, when it comes to the students of literature, we have education, interpreting, translation, and writing as the, the, the most possibly the closest areas uh, to their heart. But apart from that, if they desire to go to other areas of career, yes, of course, we can have language functioning as a key factor there. Mostly we find that there are the people who believe that language is not as necessary as knowledge happens to be. Recently, we have listened to, say, a paper upon language and philosophy. Then, as I said to you, it is a matter of individual point of view. Language reflects one's personality that is widely acknowledged. And without language, there is no subject we can have a comfortable access to. And that is why language becomes important in our life. Now, to access these areas of career, because there's also some kind of contradiction amongst the Indians. When, for example, there are the cases of communication in a standard atmosphere, we find the kind of hybridity of English, or maybe the English language spoken under the influence of mother tongue, etc., has been mocked, and that candidate somehow seems to be crestfallen. These are the issues. That means there are two types of class. One is that of the elites that communicate in English. When we go to the cities like Mumbai, I mean metropolises like Mumbai, we find that the people there communicating in English, especially the ones belonging to the elite class, always mock the language that is English spoken by those that possibly happen to be from the outer areas or outer parts of that city. And these are the context, and also the context of career where proper awareness of English language in particular, because I'm speaking about that, matters. Now, how to gain proficiency level? Then these are the abilities that we can utilize for the sake of developing a proficiency levels. For example, ability number one, persuasive argument. We always find that the people argue, but is there persuasion? Can we be able to convince our audience? So this ability falls within the category of proficiency. Second thing is analysis, comparison, and contrast. Can we have the ability to analyze the things? Can we have the ability to compare the things? And of course, contrasting them. This is what actually the students, I mean the learners, aspirants for being something in their life have to be aware of. Then we have alternative points of view and evaluation. Evaluative ability with the help of language matters a lot, because evaluative ability is always preferred in certain professions. And we have debate, discussion, and hypothesis. When we open any of the channels in India, we find that no debate has the proper professional ethics. For example, the newscaster or the news editor, or say the news anchor, etc., has at least a dozen of people on his or her screen, and time is maybe 50 to 60 minutes, and advertisements are there as well. And one issue is, or one argument is opened, all the 10 people instantly start speaking. And it is really so tough to realize as to who is speaking what. And it is all about the farce. So this farce has been going on and on for years together on our news channels, I'm afraid. So debate has its own standards. When we refer to certain standard news channels of the world, we find that there are at the most 2 people invited to the panel, and the debate goes on in between the two. And the language happens to be so civilized. Unfortunately, this does not happen with most of the channels in our country. I'm sorry to say. Then we have the way of discussion, and yes, hypothetical ability also matters. That adds to proficiency. Unless proficiency is there, profession is not going to be properly built up. Then we have creative approach with imaginative disposition. The Department of English of our university, that is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, has a special paper upon creative writing. I have gone through that paper, and yes, it contains a lot many ideas that actually inspire the students, the learners, to be creative more and more. So we here I remember the statement of Einstein, who used to say, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." So that is how imagination and creative ability uh, work together. Then we have logic. Recently, we have listened to the discussion about logic. Logic, justification, and explanation. What we speak about should be justifiable successfully, is what the demand of proficiency has been. And yes, explanation, the ability to explain the things, is also equally important. If these are the attributes developed by a learner, naturally, that learner can have access to any of the professions that have been considered of high esteem. Then I would like to move upon the other point, which in fact moves ahead, and it is communicative English, a professional perspective. I always get surprised to see that there are the titles in almost every city, the titles being spoken English class, etc. And whenever we visit these classes, we find that inside these spoken classes, grammar has been taught. I do not understand exactly what role grammar performs in that class. I mean, focus upon writing has been laid there, and I do not understand when the title is spoken English, then what is the role left for teaching grammar and the things that come in the writing. But whatever, recently, I would like to also narrate an experience of 2 Bangladeshi linguistic scholars. Of course, seasoned academics, they happen to be the stalwarts, let me call them. And they practically studied the environment of English learning in their country, and they introduced the cases to us at a recent conference held by Mr. Gangardi from Burma. In that, they said that the problem with their teachers has been that they are not well aware of language. They are not well aware of English. And then they kept on speaking about the areas of phonetics, grammar, etc. And they said that it is the must at present that the trainers be trained properly upon language. We have certain institutes like Tata Institute of Social Sciences, or we have Infosys. There may be certain other agencies that actually practice train the trainer programs, or say training of the trainer, or faculty development programs. And they actually lay most of their focus upon development of linguistic skills. And they believe that communication has to be developed first, so that they can be, say, cutting across the other areas of, say, discussion and, say, career for that matter. And when it comes to suprasegmental or prosodic features of language, again, you have certain views, or say certain arguments, and the people do not agree to this, we find. But again, it's a matter of individual choices. We have stress, accent, syllable, tone, or intonation. And the people say we need not take it seriously at all. I mean, the common argument that I have usually heard is like this: pronunciation is not necessary. The meaning is more important. following the pronunciation rules is like slavering at the British. We should neutralize it. We should neutralize it. This is a welcome argument, of course. But when we think of being slaves to the British still, I never get convinced on this. The reason is quite simple. If the language is provided by them, then how can it be, like being free from the impact of their language? And that is the issue I do not understand. So I would like to say rather we should have the stance taken by, say, N. Ngugi wa Thiong'o and applied everywhere. That is decolonization of mind and abolition of the Department of English, etc. By then it is possible for us to say that we are going to do away with the, say, British, everything that is British, let me put it otherwise. Anyway, when it comes to pronunciation, I have picked certain examples, some of them being from a text and most of, the rest of them chosen by myself, prepared by myself. Let me tell you frankly. For example, we have wishing between the people. A says, wish you a happy new year. Suppose the respondent wants to say, same here. And just remember, or just imagine, instead of sir, it is pronounced as sure. What would happen? And then the respondent would sound more offensive. The respondent would sound, say, more like insulting someone else. So this happens. I do not mean that we should go for each and every kind of exactitude when it comes to pronunciation, but at least the basic levels of pronunciation should be clear to us. That is what I mean to say. Second example is he lying? And the answer is, or the response is, he is lying. I'm sure. But suppose this sure, because the people always have the problem to differentiate between sure and sir. But for instance, someone pronounces it as sure, which is here. I have taken the transcription. At that time, you just imagine what kind of interpretation there might be. And then we have example number 3, a pair. In fact, I have a pain in my stomach. I mean, maintaining length between the vowel sounds happens to be a bit of challenge to us Indians. But anyhow, if we miss on it, there's a possibility of certain linguistic accidents. And these accidents are nothing else than the misinterpretation of that communication, or maybe mistaking that communication. That is what I would like to say. For example, the respondent says, pain in stomach. There's no diphthong applied there. Just imagine what would happen. And then we have the last example, or the last pair of examples. She feels water. And the respondent would say, does she feel water? I mean, see the difference. When the length is missed out here, there can be miscommunication. And we are the people living under the conditions of miscommunication at present, let me say, that could be otherwise interpreted. But then apart from this, there are also the issues of aspiration, or allophones for that matter. Inflections. I mean, inflections also pose great problems for us. As we are running short on time, I cannot expand these issues. Otherwise, they are very much interesting to discuss. Then we have paralanguage, and transcription is also the issue that remains to be improved upon. So this is always required. And then I would like to move upon to writing skill. I mean, about spoken skill, I have already spoken. Now I would like to get shifted to this, and it is the writing skill. Writing skill mostly we find suffers from these nuances. Say, syntax and semantics are the two different branches of linguistics nowadays we find having become individual. When we were the students of post-graduation class, they were together bound into one text on linguistics. But here we find now there is a categorical difference between the two, and specialized areas of specialization each they have become nowadays. For example, we have a statement like the sun rises in the west, and the other is the sun sets in the west. East, for example, not west, but east. The sun rises in the west, the sun sets in the east. There's nothing wrong as far as syntax of this sentence is concerned. What is wrong with it is but semantics. So the traditional semantics is missing here. Interpretation, proper interpretation is missing here. And if we keep this out of sight, I mean, this is just an example. No one in the world would be producing, say, nonsensical sentences of this sort. But they can be the other category of sentences sharing similar kind of problems and complexities. And that is why I have just put in this example. And when we take these two examples, which are semantically wrong, they are structurally correct. But then, of course, the people wishing to master the area of communication have to look after this, that there's a proper combination of syntax and semantics. Then we have Concord. Actually, this is a very interesting area, but as time is running out, I cannot expand it, I cannot explore it further. But I would just like to say that there are at least 4 types of concords. One is grammatical, the other notional, the third is proximate, and the fourth is that of gender group. There are also other subtypes, but these are the major types of concord. David Crystal, in his Rediscover Grammar with David Crystal, has explained these concepts so facilitatingly that we simply get them understood at the first glance, I would like to say. For example, we have the case of gender or group nouns. If somebody is desirous to swim, they are allowed to. And here we find that on the one hand, there is somebody, and on the other, we have a pronoun called they. I mean, this is the trend of the language of the time, because it has resulted from, say, the feminist movement, of course, that always objected to the case of language, how the language has been used. And language is always, for example, male dominated, we find. And they wish to challenge this tradition of presenting language. And that is why we find that an epicene pronoun like they has been used instead for a singular pronoun like somebody. So this is again what we have to take into consideration. And this is mostly preferred nowadays in communication. And then we have the committee have invited Jane. The committee used to be taken as a singular noun, but nowadays it has been treated as a group noun. So these are the aspects actually the people aspiring for a higher level of career should be aware of. And then we have collocations. That is again a major problem. Collocations are not properly incorporated in communication. Now, when it comes to a statement like make some strong coffee, strong and powerful happen to be almost the equivalents to each other, but the contexts have to be different. Make some strong coffee makes a universal sense, whereas make some powerful coffee does not. I mean, that is the problem. And collocations, are very funny thing, are a very funny thing to master in communication. We also have another statement like award a prize or award a bribe to someone, for example. There's a text by MP, not MP, but someone called Sinha and Mihlani. So these two people authored a text, and the title of it is Indian and British English, in which there's a special discussion upon this word, that is award. And there's a statement like the police were awarded bribes by the thieves, etc. So here again the connotation changes. Then ethics of language also come into question. And that is what actually the collocations do. If used properly, the language can have its own smooth flow ahead. Otherwise, there can be problems. Then I would like to discuss the rest of the two things and stop here. For example, we have the diction, area of diction. As we do understand, Aristotle in his Poetics has mostly emphasized upon this, because diction is something that forms the thought, and thought the character. I mean, while speaking about construction of a tragedy, he has emphasized this, that is that of diction. Diction brings out connotations, and Dr. Nikam has recently spoken of connotation and denotation. Connotation has to be, for example, accounted for by us. Proper words in proper places. For example, we have the words like incessant. Incessant is a word that has been continuously used in a wrong context, we find. Like actually, it has a negative interpretation, but that is always used to make something positive. And that is what actually we incessant efforts. I mean, when we refer incessant to, or when we combine incessant with efforts, the efforts do not carry that much value. This happens because we are putting a wrong word in a right place maybe, and then we have the case of in front of. There are many people around us, we find, who have been using this phrase, I mean prepositional phrase, that is in front of, wrongly, just wrongly. Then again, it is a matter of choice, individual choice, I would like to say. Hardly is also a word. Then we also have, say, few, little, etc. Now, few and little cannot go without the use of article at all. But the people keep on using them without article. Zero article has been applied there, and that ultimately does not make the sense the writer or speaker exactly wants it to. Then one more word I would like to slightly stay on is cold-blooded. I mean, when I was working in Mumbai, Kirti College it was for some time, at that time, there was a colleague of ours who was somehow quiet in his nature. And another person, another colleague of us used to call him as cold-blooded. And whenever we sat together, he said, I love this man because he's cold-blooded. By cold-blooded, he wanted to say that he's quiet, he's patient, he's calm, etc. But actually, cold-blooded is the word that gives a very humiliating and, negative meaning to someone's personality. This is what actually happens. And then we also have a word like economical. Economical is a word that generally finds its own use in negative contexts, or sometimes if we have to use it in a positive context, then it has its own use. For example, let us not be economical with truth. This is how a positive context can be there. And then we can also say that, well, such and such person is economical in his views, etc. That means we cannot have a frank communication with that person. And another problem that has been consistent with most of the Indians has been the use of stative verbs. An ing participle has always been added to them, and that poses the problems. Randolph Quirk and Sidney Greenbaum have devoted a special chapter on this, or to this, for example, stative verbs. And they have collected a fair number of verbs that go under the category of stative verbs. And when an ing participle is added to a stative verb, then that again changes the interpretation. For example, there are the words like know, think, believe. There are also certain other verbs like, say, see, and there are so many other words, so many other verbs that have been stated, but they have been consistently used with an ing participle. Whether to use them or not can be choice of one's own. Apart from that, when it comes to, say, the context of a standardized form of English communication, this is not entertained there. even if the people become economical in telling the reasons behind not accepting that candidate or not say selecting that candidate, they would not be for example happy with the use of this. That is what I would like to say. And there are also other gray areas, applications. I mean, you are all well aware of this area. The applications are not properly drafted by the candidates, and there are a lot of mistakes, lot of errors. Errors we can understand, but the mistakes are always there, and even the errors are not expected to be there in that application. So writing an application has become an issue of concern. I mean, there are the youngsters who believe that they can write the way they like, but actually that mars the interest of linguistic interjection in them. This is what I would like to say. Letter writing is again another thing. When we go to say certain platforms like social media, etc., we find that people do not care much about language. Yes, we should be expressing spontaneously wherever we go. No doubt about that, that is welcome. But then again, if we attach some respect to language, that becomes important for us. Then we have email, and sometimes we find that there are certain issues like being equivocal, and the meaning is not properly taken there. The content writing is there, and preparing CV. I mean, this is interesting in India. The people prepare a CV and at the end give their statement. I mean, it is a kind of declaration. To the best of my knowledge and belief, the information supplied or furnished or provided in this CV has been, true to the best of my knowledge and belief. And then below that, there's a signature. I do not understand why such kind of declaration follows at the end of CV. Then we have paper writing, a research paper. You are all the stalwarts and you are the people well versed in the area of research, and you do understand what kind of troubles you might have been facing. And writing a paper project or dissertation, for example, when it comes to dissertation, I mean, it is really really a very tough task. And then the area of punctuation, that is also so serious. When I talk to my students and ask them a question as to how many punctuation marks are there, my students, whether at the undergraduate level or at the postgraduate, they are not able to tell the maximum number. I wouldn't say exact. And when I tell them that it is between 35 and 40, 40 punctuation marks, they simply look at me, they simply gawk at me in such a fashion as if I have told them something that is seriously wrong. So that is again an area they are not able to find appropriate say way to apply punctuation in their writing. And the last thing that I would like to slightly spend some few seconds on is the area of MTI, mother tongue influence. See, when it comes to the context of a state, if the tone of communication goes in mother tongue, no problem, that is welcome. But there are certain issues associated with the influence of mother tongue. For example, we have, say, a statement like, I trust on her, or maybe I love on my mother, or say, there are so many things that come out in the communication. And as far as this mother tongue influence is concerned, that in fact deprives our candidates of the better opportunities of career. I have had an experience from, say, the city of Pune. I shall just share it and then conclude. There was a candidate who was rejected just because he had MTI. He carried MTI some 7 or 8 odd years ago. At that time, he was there in Pune. He was about to lose 20,000 a month because of the loss of that job. And he visited certain, say, experts in language, and they could not find satisfactory answer to his problem. And someone suggested to him my name. He came to me, and initially he thought that he cannot have a solution from me, but I did my best. And finally, when I told him that yes, fluency was there, everything was there, but then So far as the MTI was concerned, that was the correct observation of that committee. When it comes to, say, pronouncing certain words under MTI, writing certain sentences under MTI, naturally the people belonging to that kind of context of career object to that. So yes, there are a lot many things that I can keep on speaking, but as I have already transgressed the limit of time, I beg the organizers' pardon for that, but then I feel that I should stop here. And yes, I'm really very much grateful to Professor Uttam Ambure, as I said right in the beginning, who has been so supportive, so kind and generous towards uplifting interests of his juniors. So my special thanks to you, sir. Again, my special thanks go to Professor Sunil Pawar, the principal of Mahekar College, and Dr. K.D. Jadhav, our beloved friend and member on Board of Studies, who have opened this likelihood to me to be in touch with such a gathering that has been highly studious. Again, before leaving, I would like to say I am equally grateful to each member from amongst the audience for having given me a patient ear. Thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you very much, William sir. Really, it was a wonderful session, and definitely it is useful for the participant and the present over here. Thank you once again on behalf of my colleagues and faculties and participants. Thanks, thank you very much. So we move forward to the next session. Now I request Dr. S.S. Chautawale sir to introduce Dr. Mustajib Khan sir. Please, sir, Dr. S.S. Chautawale.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, sir. On the behalf of organizing committee, I welcome one and all in this technical session. For this technical session, we have Dr. Mustajib Khan, sir, as a chairperson. Mustajib Khan, sir, are you there online? Mustajib Khan, sir.
Yes, he is. Yes.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I welcome Dr. Mustajib Khan, sir, and the paper presenters as well. As a duty, I introduce Dr. Khan, sir, in very brief manner. Dr. Mustajib Khan, sir, is working in the capacity as a professor in the Department of English, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Dr. Khan, sir's specialization, his research thirst area is in drama, in Indian writing in English, in film, theater, in British literature, in comparative literature, and in translation studies. Dr. Khan sir has started his career as a lecturer from Badrinarayan Barwale College, Jalna since 1996. Further, he joined in Sir Syed College, and at present, Dr. Khan sir is working in the capacity of professor in the Department of English, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. He is a versatile personality. He has more than 25 years teaching and research experience. He has organized so many conferences, national as well as international conferences. Particularly, he has organized a very well conference on Badal Sarkar's third theater, as well as a globe entity of Indian drama, English language and literature today, as well as he has explored the self-peripheral pure view of Marathi theatrical criticism. His more than 100 research papers have been published in national and international journals. His 11 students have been successfully awarded PhD in English, as well as more than 20 students have been awarded the degree of MPhil in the subject of English. Dr. Khan sir has also completed more than 5 major and minor research projects. Apart from this, he has some wonderful qualities as a teacher, as a motivator, as an administrator, and as a human being as well, that we feel too much. At present, he has also in charge of Director, Students Welfare and Director, Foreign Students as well. So this versatile personality, he has given his valuable time for us. So once again, on the behalf of organizing committee, I welcome you, sir, and I hand over this charge for this technical session to you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Khan, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chautaiwale, for your exhaustive and elaborative introduction of mine. So far as it's your love that you are talking so much about me. Let us have the names of the participants, and I request both the participants who are present, as per the information I have received from Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, that there are 2 participants available on this platform right now. So I request both the participants to be ready there. Dr. Nilofer Shakir, is she there?
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, and the another one, I've forgotten the name. What is
Mr.
the name?
Othman. Othman.
Mr. Othman.
Yes.
Are you there? Give signal that you are there.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you are there. So, first of all, I welcome all the participants for this session. And as we are running short of time, I request the participant to present their paper within their allotted time, within 5 minutes, so that we can have the next session to be started on time. So first of all, I invite Dr. Nilofer Shakir to present her views on her chosen topic in this webinar. Over to Dr. Nilofer Shakir.
Nilofer ma'am, you can, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the organizers for organizing this conference on language. It's a very broad and exhaustive subject. So congratulations for organizing this conference on a very, very challenging subject. And it's a pleasure to participate in this e-conference. Because of this lockdown, I mean, it wasn't convenient to organize a conference like the conferences we have been that the department has been organizing. So it's a pleasure to participate online in this conference. And I have I have made a small presentation on the nature of language. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, please continue. Please continue.
So it's a very brief presentation, and already Dr. Sudhir Nikam and Dr. Patil and Milind Pandit have spoken on the nature of language. So the same things will be repeated in my presentation. But anyways, I'll present my paper on the nature of language and overview. My paper begins like this. Language is one of the most distinctive tools that distinguishes humans from other species. And with the dawn of modern civilization and the progress that we have made, this speaks volumes about the development of human civilization and the journey of man from the Stone Age to the modern, advanced, and scientific era. The growth of civilization and culture could not have been achieved without the development of speech or language. But my argument here is, apart from fulfilling the basic need of communication and interaction among individuals, language performs many other functions. It shapes our interpretation of the people, the world that we live in, and also our culture. On the personal level, language plays a big role in the development of our personality. And on the bigger level of the society and the nation, it can foster better relations and mitigate differences among people who belong to different castes, communities, and races. So this paper will discuss this aspect of language in brief, and it will also highlight the necessity of communication skills in the contemporary times of high professionalism and globalization. So the first point that I shall make is language transmits culture. A lot has been spoken by Dr. Patil about how language and culture are inseparable. Like today he spoke about how language, like how the dance cannot be separated from the dancer, and similarly language cannot be separated from culture. So uh, um, what I want to say is language and culture again go hand in hand. And culture is the essence of all the best that man has achieved in various fields and domains of human development, and it is expressed through language. Both language and culture are vibrant, constantly moving, and mutating. Now, time and again, I'll make a reference to the English language. Right? I have made my argument through uh, the introduction of English in India and how language changes in context of English language. So the English culture came to us through the European colonizer. They brought along with them their language, that is English, along with the cultural values and practices. And Indians not only adopted their language, that is English, but the cross-cultural impact has influenced the two cultures, Indians as well as English. English language retained its hold as it is widely used across India. The English culture too made deep inroads into Indian life, and it is reflected in the mannerisms, way of dressing, eating, speaking habits, and lifestyle of Indians. So it makes it clear that language transmits culture, and in order to understand another culture, we need language. Now let us see the impact of language, whether it is spoken language or written language. In its written form, language creates thought, philosophy, and disciplines of knowledge. This storehouse of knowledge inspires people and stimulates their thinking, and at the same time, it is an important means of motivating action. The philosophical writings of great thinkers like Karl Marx, Rousseau, Hobbes, Voltaire, etc., have inspired revolutions in the past. The oral arts, such as public speaking and elocution, can inspire influence masses significantly. The fiery speeches of great leaders like Lincoln, Dr. Ambedkar, Zakir Hussain, Nehru, just to name a few, have inspired and influenced the masses to bring social change. So we see the great role played by language in the creation and development of civilization and culture, and also in the development of a better society. Then another beautiful aspect of language is that it always keeps pace with time. Language is a living entity, just as human beings are, and it constantly evolves and changes to accommodate our experiences and interactions. The world is changing fast due to faster interactions among cultures, which is the result of large-scale migration, and language has managed to mold itself in this furnace of colossal transformation. For instance, English language has undergone drastic changes over the century. We see that some of the expressions have become obsolete, like thee, thou, thy, which we read in Shakespeare's English or in old texts. They have become obsolete in the present context. So when two cultures come in contact, the languages also come into contact with each other. And this leads to transformation, assimilation, and emergence of a new variety of language. So understandably, English language has come to imbibe several words of Indian languages, such as bazaar, bungalow, lati charge, veranda, etc. Similarly, English language too has influenced the Indian languages. Words like mall, bank, check hardly have and there are many more words which hardly have an equivalent in Indian language. In fact, English has become so predominant in India that its Indianization has given rise to a new Desi version of the two languages, which is now used in common parlance. Milind Pandit has already given examples of that, the Indianized versions of English, which can be labeled as Hinglish, Anglish, whatever. The scientific inventions and internet have brought new words like web, mail, uh, surf, etc. Words and even languages become extinct. For example, the Sanskrit language is no longer spoken. The Greek and Latin languages, once so popular across Europe, are no longer in vogue. Languages are no longer pure as cultures have become hybridized. So in view of language being used internationally everywhere in the world, English in combination with the national or regional languages of the native countries is now widely used across the world. Like this is the change that we have traveled to. English being used in combination with the national or the regional languages of the respective native countries. Then language and identity. Language, culture, and identity again are entwined. Language imparts a cultural and national identity to a person. While in some countries like France, French language is the national language which incorporates the national spirit of the country, that may not be the case in other countries. People have the tendency to associate language with religion and nation. English language is associated with English or Americans, the Hindi language with Hindus in India, and Urdu with Muslims. But language defies this kind of characterization. Since language adapts to various cultures, regions, and nations, the question of religion or identity is ruled out. English is not the language of the English. It is now a language used by people across the world, and neither is Urdu the language of Muslims. The popularity of any language depends upon its use. It depends upon the people who speak a particular language, regardless of their religion or faith. For example, in India, India is a country with people who belong to various cultures, religions, castes, communities, etc., who are scattered in different parts of the nation. And the people speak the language of the region where they live. For example, the Hindus and Muslims who live in Punjab speak Punjabi language. Similarly, the Muslims who live in Maharashtra speak Marathi in their day-to-day communication. The Maharashtrians who live in South India speak Telugu, Malayalam, or Kannada languages. English acts as the link language in India, but it remains a fact that language instills a sense of belonging and builds solidarity among the people who speak a common language. Then language inculcates religious values. I shall not speak more about this. The religious texts, as we all know, act as written laws and regulate social behavior. The religious texts can bind people together and bring about oneness among the people divided across cultures, castes, and nations. Religious values can put an end to communal harmony, can put an end to communal hatred and foster peace and harmony. The ethical values practiced by a community or religious group towards others reflects the level of civilization and culture achieved by that group. Then language for leadership. We've seen that how the battle can be won with good dialogue and it can help in resolving differences, arguments, and rivalry. So good dialogue is the essence of language. The one who masters language and has the necessary skill gains the confidence which qualifies him to become a leader. The classical civilizations of ancient Greece and Rome that produced legendary heroes and leaders knew that the art of persuading people lay in the appropriate use of words. A leader in an organization needs proper language skills to manage a diverse group of people and use language effectively to encourage teamwork and delegate responsibility. This ensures a smooth functioning and a good regulation of the work. The language for in the professional world. Now, the basic purpose of language is not simply to transfer the information from one person to another. It is also about developing confidence, conviction, and an understanding of the do's and don'ts of presenting oneself verbally. Communication skills can be acquired with a little practice and training. While good communication skills lead to success, poor communication can not only lead to failure in achieving the target, but can also result in misunderstanding, lack of trust, and ill will among the individuals. So, in the professional world, speaking on the telephone, communicating on the social media, talking to a foreign client, etc. These are some of the broad spectrum of interactions that spread over a wide variety of speaking zones in the social and professional domain. Then we all know this, language builds personality, language owns an individual's personality. The quality of language used by a person determines his character and personality. There are several ways of using language, and polite expression never fails to make an impression upon the other person. Etiquettes and good manners reveal a person. Many a times people use language, but the lack of good etiquettes and good manners can never help, can lead to failure in achieving the purpose. So this is something that we need to inculcate among our students, among the youngsters, that etiquettes and good manners are reflected through language. And
Nilofer?
effective communication can carve a niche and can successfully win hearts. One can easily convey a sense of respect and humility through language, which is very, very essential. And this
Nilofer,
yes,
yes, please.
yes, sir. Just 2 minutes, I'll end my paper. So this goes a long way to form cordial relations, bridge differences, and also build trust and understanding among people. So for example, the use of words like please, may I, could I, these words can make a huge impact upon the other person. And if you use these polite expressions, it conveys our amiability, it conveys our gentleness, and through such an example, we can set an example of emulation for others. So I come to the conclusion. Thus, we see that apart from communication, language performs many other important functions. Language has made us civilized, it has made us cultured, it is the means through which we express our thoughts, give voice to our mental impressions, and also exchange ideas. So, language can also fulfill the noble purpose of connecting people and bringing them together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mustajib and other participants for listening to my presentation. Thank you. Thanks, the organizers.
Thank you, Nilofer ma'am. Thank you, Nilofer ma'am, for your presentation. And if the attendees or participants are having any sort of questions and queries regarding to the presentation made by Dr. Nilofer Shakir,
yes,
you can put your questions on the chat box, or you can put your questions in the question and answer box so that you can answer the questions. Now, let me ask the next presenter to present his views and present his paper. Mr. Osman, if he is there, he can begin his paper and he should conclude the paper within 5 minutes. Mr. Osman, over to you.
Yes, please. Thank you very much for this very valuable conference. Dr. Atom Ambori, Dr. Sunil Bauer, Dr. Kamal Kar sir, Dr. Mustajib Khan. Very good afternoon. It is my pleasure to participate in this conference. I have a short presentation on machine translation, strategies of translating deep euphemistic expressions from Arabic into English and vice versa. Language is the mean of communication between people. Most people are aware of their conduct, so they use very polite and soft language when communicating with others. Human beings living in such community are governed by such norms, traditions, and customs. Euphemism is strictly associated with social consideration. Almost every community has its way of life, thought, worship, and so on. Interpersonal communication are expected to have such standards of politeness and social consideration. Euphemism is used either to avoid or at least to decrease the potential disagreement that certain words may involve in a certain communicative situation. The use of euphemism makes good use of language. Translating euphemism is very difficult task as being reported by many studies and such scholars. So using such machine translation systems to translate euphemism will be difficult task for these systems. The objective of the study aims to investigate the strategies that machine translation systems use when rendering deep euphemistic expressions. Also, it aims to explore whether machine translation systems follow certain strategies or not. The strategies of euphemism, it is worth mentioning here that in this study, the researcher don't deal with the translation strategies from the angle of architecture of machine translation systems in generating translation. Because as we know that so many machine translation systems, they have such architecture for doing such tasks. Here we focus on the outcome. We are dealing with the strategies that these machine translation systems adopted and used while doing the process of translation. There are 4 strategies suggested by Abid and Muhammad for translating euphemism. These strategies are listed as the following: literal translation, substitution, using plain language, adopt 2 strategies. They can adopt both of strategies, or maybe if they adopted substitutions and using plain language at the same time. the study design. This study follows qualitative and quantitative approaches. We collected the expressions from many sources, such as the prophetic hadith, literary works, and Wikipedia. Then we import these texts into 4 machine translation systems to explore to what extent these systems capable in translating dead euphemistic expressions and what the strategies that machine translating systems almost adapted. 8 expressions from different texts were inputted into Google Translate, Microsoft Translator, Yandex Translate, and System Translate. Here in this table, we can see that the performance of these systems, the outcomes after we inputted the expressions, here the correct and the acceptable and the wrong. In the correct only 15% of the translation of the outcome of these machine translations are here, and acceptable are 40. As you see here in the table, 43 wrong translation. The result showed that 56% of the outcomes of the machine translation were either correct or acceptable, which indicate that these systems work well. Really, I'm astonished about this result, that the machine translations are capable of carrying out such good outcome. Here it varies from system to system. As we here see that Google Translate translated better than the others. It produces 37 correct, 37 acceptable, and only 25% wrong translations, while Microsoft Translator and Yandex Translate produced only 12 correct translations for each. Unfortunately, System Translate could not translate any one correctly. Machine translation system use literal translation strategies when rendering dead euphemism. Here I just focus on dead euphemism in my study because so many euphemism as body parts euphemism. Here I focused only dead euphemism for the span of the paper. 50% of the correct and acceptable translations were rendered by adapting the literal strategy. Here, most of the systems are applying and using literal strategy. Only 6% of expressions were translated by utilizing substitution strategy, which was used by Google Translate. So that's why we see that Google Translate achieved better than the others. Google Translate scored the highest rank of correct and acceptable translations. Unacceptably, machine translating systems translate dead euphemism expressions in an acceptable manner. More than half of the outcomes of machine translations are either correct or acceptable translations, which indicate that these systems work well despite the limited strategies adopted and the difficulties of translating dead euphemistic expression. The recommendations here, we recommend that the translator who are heavily dependent on using machine translation systems must be aware of the weakness of these systems, especially when translating dead euphemistic expressions. Engineers and linguists who are working on improving machine translation systems must adopt various strategies to handle translating euphemism in a better way. Despite these drawbacks, machine translating systems should not be undervalued or rejected. Thank you very much indeed for having me. Thank you, Dr. Mustajib Khan. Thank you, all the participants.
Thank you, Mr. Osman Saleh. You are in time, and that makes me happy as a chairperson that you have concluded your paper within the time. So the two panelists have already presented their paper, where Nilofer Shakir spoke on language and its culture and how language affects the culture. The discussion that was initiated by Dr. Z.M. Patil. Dr. Nilofer Shakir continued the same discussion and same line while talking on the use of language and how language works there. As well, Mr. Osman Saleh, he spoke on how the translation works and what machine translations are working right now, because it is a very pertinent area right now to focus on. These two panelists have presented their view, and if any participants are having any sort of questions, they can put the questions on the chat box. In fact, the title chosen by the Department of English for discussing the language issues is very much important in today's perspective, where the language is changing itself. While we are using the language, as Dr. Nilofer Shakir rightly mentioned in her paper, that language is a living entity, and because it changes itself, and especially if you talk about English language is the most vibrant language which changes itself as per the time. Look out the language of SMS, look out the language used in emails and tweets, and with the limited number of space available there to write down, people are using very imaginative and most interesting way of expressing themselves in the way of language. And if language is not sufficient to express themselves, they are using emojis and various words to speak on. And that's why we need to understand that language is changing itself not only in the spoken words, but it is in the form of pictures that we are using today. That's why the use of language and the use of translations from one language to another is also helping the readers to understand the culture, to the reader to understand the philosophy of the language. Thank you very much, Dr. Uttam Ambore, Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, for making me the chairman of this session. Hope that this session will initiate the dialogue further. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Over to you,
definitely.
Kamlakar Jadhav.
Yes, sir. Definitely. This was a wonderful session, and the chairperson has handled the session very effectively. Thank you very much, Dr. Mustajib Khan, sir. We'll move to the next session. Dr. Anand Kumar Ubale, sir, please unmute yourself. Ubale, sir. Anand Kumar Ubale, sir.
Please check, sir, if he is online or not, because he has some problem. Ubale sir has some net issue. Please check him whether he is there or not, or ring him.
I can see his name in panelist.
His name is there, but he has some net problem.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So I think then directly we will go to the Dr. Mehrunisa Patan ma'am to continue the session.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
It's he
Hello.
there?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Yes,
I'm here.
Yeah.
Ubale sir is there.
Okay. So now I will introduce Dr. Ubale sir. I'm very happy to introduce this person because he's alumni of my college, and I'm very proud to introduce him. Dr. Anand Kumar Ubale sir. He's associate professor in Department of English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. His specialization is in cultural studies, critical theory, literature and philosophy, Indian literature. He has experience of 28 years in this field, and he received a Shikshak Pratibha Puraskar, and he has completed one minor research project sponsored by UGC, and he has published research papers in reputed journals and guided MPhil students as well. He's an active member of different committees in Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, and he is very actively he participates in different committees, and he gives justice to whatever he is handling, and he has delivered talk on different platforms. So now I request Dr. Anand Ubale sir to handle the session. In his session, two participants are present, Mr. Prahlad Shelke and Mr. Awad Nasir Munasar Awad. Sir, it's over to you.
Yes,
Ubale,
sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Dr. Uttam Ambore, sir, my friend and head Department of English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. My teacher, principal, Dr. Sunil Pawar, sir, and my friend, Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, sir, and at the same time, the participants in this seminar and the participants in this session, Mr. Shelke, Prahlad Shelke, and Mr. Awad Nasir. I welcome all of you. Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
There is little problem in coverage.
No issue, sir. No problem.
May I continue?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, sir. Yeah. Yeah. So I request all the participants in this session to conclude their arguments within the stipulated time. Only 5 minutes are given. If it is not possible to present your entire paper, you conclude your paper within 5 minutes with the major arguments. So at the beginning, I invite Prahlad Shelke. Are you online? Mr. Prahlad Shelke. Mr. Prahlad Shelke. Mr. Prahlad Shelke.
Check it.
Is he online?
Yes,
Jadhav sir, is he
yes,
online?
he is online and he has unmuted himself. Prahlad Shelke, can you hear?
Otherwise, we go to next participant, no problem. Then we can take it.
Okay. Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
I'll invite
Yes.
the another participant.
Mr. Awad.
Mr. Awad Nasir.
Awad Nasir.
Mr. Nasir, please come and yeah. Are you online?
Awad. Yes, he is.
Yes. Jadhav sir.
Yes. Awad, is there any problem? Awad?
Yes, Jadhav sir. Is there any
Yes.
problem?
From
I
their side.
think he too have the network issue.
Yeah.
Hello.
And is
Yes.
Mr. Shelke over there?
Mr. Shelke, Prahlad
Who,
Shelke, are
sir?
you there? Prahlad Shelke. Both have some problems. Prahlad Shelke.
प्रल्हाद शेळके ऑनलाईन आहे का?
I दिसत आहे. Yes. Awad is there. Awad came. Yes,
Is he ready?
Awad. Yes.
Who is ready now?
Awad is ready. We can't hear his voice, I think. He's talking, but actually we can't hear his voice. Awad, you have some problem in mic or pin.
Actually, Mr. Awad has joined by 2 login IDs and he has muted one.
Okay.
That's the reason.
So is there any solution to this problem?
Let me try and mute.
Ask the host to unmute one of it. Ask the host to unmute one of the login. The host can do it.
Yes.
No, his screen is being.
Are you hearing me, sir? Sir, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Yes. Awad, yes.
Yes.
Awad,
Yeah,
put it on slide. Put it on slide.
Yeah, okay. The words are not enough to express my thanks to the Department of English for organizing such fruitful conference, and also I feel honored to participate in such conference. Actually, I have made a short presentation on problems that Yemeni translators face when translating neologism from English into Arabic. As you know, the world witnesses at present time a great development in science and technology that touch almost all aspects of human life. Linguistically speaking, such developments lead to create new words or new lexical meanings for existing words, to express new concepts and techniques, or to describe inventions. These inventions need to be named in the source language, and they also need equivalents to be formed in target language. These new words are defined by Newmark and other translations experts as neologism. Actually, more and more neologism can be added to any language regularly in order to keep up with the developments, to enrich the vocabulary and therefore the language. Therefore, translating neologism became a must. The objective of the study. This study aims to investigate the problems that Yemeni translators face when translating neologism from English into Arabic. The hypothesis of the study: Yemeni translators face problems when translating neologism from English into Arabic. Methodology: the study follows an analytical descriptive method for collecting data. Population and sample: the study population is Yemeni translators. The total number of the sample is 30 translators. They were taken randomly from the certified translation offices list. Data collection: to collect data and to achieve the objective of the study, a test was developed. The purpose of the test was to collect data about the problems that Yemeni translators encounter when translating neologism from English into Arabic. The researchers prepared the test by selecting the neologism from different scientific sources related to computer, internet, and electronics fields to match the 12 types of neologism based on Newmark classification. The result here, the most important thing for the result, percentage of participant performance in translating neologism. As it is shown in the chart, that the chart shows the participant overall performance on translation test. It indicates that 40% of participant translation was either acceptable or accurate translation of their translation was while 60 whereas 60 of their translation was either unacceptable or left untranslated. The following table shows the difficulties that Yemeni translators face when translating each type. This is the general, while the following table shows the difficulties that Yemeni translators face when translating each type of neologism, starting from the highest level of difficulty to the lowest, based on Newmark classification. This is problems rank of translating neologism from the highest to the lowest. The first one is new collocation, while the last one in difficulties, internationalism. These are type of neologism, and these are percentage of difficulties, while this are the percentage of correctness, and this the overall result for related to the each type of neologism. Actually, the data show that that participant only achieved accurate translation and acceptable with 4 types of neologism, as shown in the previous table. However, they failed in translating the other 8 types of neologism at various degrees. The most difficult one was new collocation. Therefore, 96% of the participant translation was wrong translation. Moreover, the overall result of translating neologism was wrong translation, 60%, whereas 40 was correct. Now we will show the summary of the findings, or we can call this conclusion. The findings show that translating neologism correctly is hard for most of Yemeni translators for the following problems or reasons. One, it is difficult for most of translators to understand English neologism or to find the Arabic equivalents for such neologism. Two, problems of translating neologism can arise from the complex structure of neologism, and most of them are not easily found in dictionaries. The third one, the translator didn't get benefit effectively from the neologism context to this ambiguous neologism. The last one, most of participants were unaware of using appropriate strategies in translating neologism. Therefore, they used some unhelpful ones excessively, such as transcription and literal strategies. Recommendations. activating the movement of Arabizing neologism with producing and unifying Arabic equivalents of neologism, training translators to use translation resources effectively, taking the context into account to disambiguate neologism, updating curricula to match the developments of technology. Finally, the study recommends that Yemeni translator must take into consideration the use of suitable strategies for translating each type of neologism. The last point, suggestion for future research. Future research should be carried out on translating neologism from English into other languages, such as Hindi or other languages. Also, future research should be conducted on translating neologism in other fields, such as political, medical, and media fields. Also should focus on any of the 12 types of neologism. A deeper study is needed to investigate each type. The last one, future research should focus on the strategies of translating each type of neologism based on your classification. Thank you so much, Dr. Obari, and thank you so much for all for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Awad. Now let me invite the another participant, Prahlad Sherke.
Sorry, Prahlad is not there. Please, next. Yes. I think he's not there. He might
Actually,
be.
Okay. Actually, there were only 2 participants in this session.
Yeah.
So this session is what to do then?
Conclude.
Okay. I'm very much thankful to the single participant in this session, Mr. Awad Nasir. And at the same time, I'm very much thankful to Dr. Ambore sir, who has given me opportunity to chair the session. At the same time, I thank Dr. K.D. Zado sir and Principal Dr. Sunil Pawar sir. So far as the theme of this seminar is concerned, it is very, very crucial, the role of language in human development, and which demands for the discussion and inputs from various disciplines, and especially the disciplines like anthropology, because it demands the discussion on the phenomenon of language. And as I listened to the earlier discussions related to the theme of this seminar, I find most of the arguments, actually I did not listen to all the speeches due to the weak net connection at my place. But whatever I heard, I found that most of the arguments are at loggerheads, because the phenomenon needs to be discussed. Whatsoever. Actually, the germination of language, the origin of language, and at the same time, its role in the development of human being should be discussed in a proper perspective. There are so many theories so far as the germination of language is concerned, but one theory in recent time is gaining currency, and that is the gossip theory. This gossip theory is propounded by certain historian anthropologists, and the people like Yuval Noah Harari in recent time, who has discussed this theory in a very, very larger scale. He says that our language is basically supplicable, and the supplicability of our language should be credited to the gossips among human beings. Animals also have the language which is restricted to certain communications. For example, if there is a lion in the jungle, the monkeys will communicate this message to their colleagues, and all the monkeys will be alert and they will hide themselves somewhere. But human being has something more to say. Human beings not only says that there is a lion, but the human being invent so many fictional stories about lion. So this applicability of a language is the most important feature of a language, as the anthropologists believe. And therefore, what happens, this ability of supplicability, we may say, that on the part of human being, the ability of inventing fictions, the ability to invent the certain things, certain stories, that is the most important feature of language, and that caused the greatest development in human being or human life, we may say. For example, human beings can narrate so many stories which are fictional, and those stories can be imposed, or that those stories can be told and narrated as if they are the truths, as if they are the realities. And this is an important thing. So what happens, human beings can convince the lakhs of people, crores of people in believing certain fictional stories which are actually not true. The stories about God, the stories about so many things are in the same way narrated, re-narrated, told, retold, and through these stories, the people are convinced to believe in particular things. So the invention on the part of human beings to create fictions, we may say, that is the important aspect of language, and that this aspect has made enormous contribution in the development of human life. This must be understood properly. In recent time, Oxford University Press has published a very important book on evolution of language, in which we can see the inputs from all the disciplines of knowledge. Means you can have the articles by the biologist, by the zoologist, by the psychologist and sociologist and whatnot. So many areas, or almost all the disciplines have been explored, and all the aspects of language have been discussed in this book, The Language Evolution. The curious people and the linguists and the students of language must study this book. So what happens, language, or the ability to narrate the fictional stories, which the anthropologists call as imagined reality, is the important aspect in the development of human being, as I said. And through this ability, man could construct big companies and factories, schools and religious places, and through this kind of fictional communications, we may say, they could produce enormous things. So the supplicability of language, ability of language to invent the fictional stories and convince the people in believing those fictional stories, is the most important aspect of language, I may think. So to conclude, let me tell that the role of language in human development should be discussed as a phenomenon, and the inputs from biology, psychology, and most importantly, anthropology should be brought in this discussion. So I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. I also congratulate the participant, the single participant in this session, and I wish best wishes to all the participants in this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Definitely, what you said is a very good and effective with all participants. Definitely, it was a good session. Though it was one, but it was a wonderful session. You handled it. Thank you very much. So we will move to the yes, we will move to the next session. So for the next session, chairperson is Dr. Mehrunisa Pathan ma'am, and I request Dr. Kalimuddin Sheikh sir to introduce Dr. Mehrunisa Pathan ma'am. Dr. Kalimuddin Sheikh.
Sir, is he online? Kalimuddin?
Yes, Kalimuddin was online.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Yeah, let's begin. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, Kalimuddin, please. Kalimuddin Sheikh, sir, can you hear? Patan ma'am, can you hear?
Yes, I'm able to hear, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Very audible. Very clear.
Jadhav sir.
Yeah,
Jadhav sir.
May I introduce?
You introduce her and then
Yes.
introduce me. Yeah.
I think.
Hello.
Yes, Kalimuddin. Kalimuddin.
Kalimuddin, you introduce the ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, very clear.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sheikh Kalimuddin, Assistant Professor in English, Maulana Azad College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Aurangabad. Before I proceed further, I would like to thank Professor S.V. Pawar, Sir, Principal SMD Mohekar Mahavidyalay Kalam, my friend Dr. Kamlakar Zadav, Coordinator, and the convener of this conference, respected Professor Uttam Ambare Sir, Head Department of English and Chairman Board of Studies in English of our university, for offering me an academic opportunity. For me, it's a kind privilege and happiness to introduce the chairperson of this session, Dr. Mehrunisa Pathan ma'am. Introducing her within 5 minutes is a fumbling task for me. Dr. Mehrunisa Pathan ma'am is an associate professor, teaches at Department of English in Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. She is in teaching since 2002 and has more than 17 years wide experience of teaching and research in English language and literatures at both UG and PG level. She worked on resistance discourses, a study in the fiction of Farida Karodia, Meher Pestanji, and Kaveri Nambisan, under the guidance of Professor A.G. Khan for her doctoral research. She is a recognized research supervisor. At present, 6 research scholars are pursuing their doctoral research on the various topics in language and literatures. So far, 17 students have been awarded MPhil and 3 PhDs under her able guidance. And keen supervision. As a matter of fact, she is very passionate about teaching and has delivered scholarly talks at HRDCs, especially in refresher, orientation, short-term courses, and pre-PhD courseworks. She has been invited as a guest speaker in more than 25 colleges, institutes, as a resource person in SR Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, and North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. She extensively spoke on digital feminism in more than 20 different schools, colleges, and universities, including Allahabad University, Amravati University, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. So far, she has enthusiastically attended and presented her research papers in more than 87 state, national, international seminars, conferences, workshops, and symposiums. She is a rigorous writer also. There are 27 scholarly research articles to her credit and are also published in national and international journals. Till date, she has attended 6 training programs for the enrichment of knowledge and professional development. She is the recipient of Junior Research Fellowship Award by UGC New Delhi. She has completed 2 minor research projects sponsored by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, and UGC New Delhi, respectively. 1 major project sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi on digital feminism, a study in Sanskrit, English, and Urdu literature. She has been working in various committees as a member formed by the authorities of university and Honorable Vice Chancellor. She also worked as a coordinator for the language access program sponsored by US Embassy, New Delhi. She has been appointed as external examiner by the various universities. She's also a member in the editorial board of 7 research journals. She has designed new courses at MA, MPhil. Some of her areas of interest include post-colonial studies, resistant discourses, feminist discourses, English language teaching, critical theory, discourse studies, and so on. I hope this introduction offers familiarization with the personality traits of Dr. Marisa Pathan ma'am and her academic.
Ma'am, it's over to you, please.
Hello.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, very clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the very outset, let me thank Dr. Uttam Ambore, sir, Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, sir, Dr. Sunil Pawar, sir, the dignitaries, the panelists, and the participants, every one of you, for being the part and parcel of this two-day multidisciplinary international web conference. This is the first kind of a conference that has been organized. Let me know how many participants are there, sir.
Yes, total number of participants 3, but 2 are present. I think Dr. Iran Fatima ma'am and
Okay.
Mr. Abdullah is also Muhammad Abdullah Al Kamal is also present. So let's call her, Dr. Iran Fatima.
Okay. So the two participants are there, Dr.
Yes,
Iram Fatima.
Fatima.
The topic that is been in the given in the program copy is communication skills, soft skills, and style. May I call upon this Dr. Iram Fatima to make her presentation? Please do stick to the time. 5 minutes, please. Yes, you may begin with your presentation, ma'am. Yeah.
Good noon to all the esteemed personalities. Good noon to, hello, am I audible?
Yes, 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 yes. Please go ahead.
Good noon to all the esteemed personalities. This is Dr. Iram Fatima. I'm working as an assistant professor at Ramanujan College of University of Delhi. The topic of my paper is soft skills, an intangible catalyst for a triumphant and efficacious professional life. And I won't take much time, and I'll try to wind up in the time allotted to me, and I won't take anyone's time. So let's talk about soft skills. That what are soft skills? So in lucid term, soft skills are personal attributes or characteristics that enable someone to interact effectively and harmoniously with other people. Soft skills is an umbrella term which includes a combination of people skills, social skills, communication skills, character or personality traits, attitudes, career attributes, social intelligence, emotional quotients. It enables people to navigate their environment, work well with others, perform well, and achieve their goals with complementing hard skills. So, soft skills are natural abilities that usually can't be taught in a classroom or managed quantitatively. They are often, but not always, people skills. They also usually aren't the type of skills that can be included in a resume skills section. Instead, you should showcase your soft skills by creating an achievement-oriented professional experience section. So there are certain elements, there are certain components of soft skills: communication, adaptability, teamwork, problem solving, creativity, work ethics, interpersonal skills, time management, leadership skills, attention to details. Since there are total 10 components, so I will not discuss every component in detail because of the time limit. So I'll discuss only 4 of them. The first one, that is communication skill. It can be oral or written, and it allows you to express yourself effectively in the workplace. Communication is a critical sales skills, and it is also useful in a variety of other industries, such as human resources and management. These are some examples of communication skills, and what are the attributes that it should have. It should have clarity, confidence, respect, empathy, listening, and it can be verbal communication, non-verbal communication, written communication, constructive feedback, and friendliness. Now coming to interpersonal skills. Interpersonal skills are those skills that we use near constantly as we interact and communicate with co-workers and management. They are vital for people who work in customer service, reality, or financial planning. And these are some examples of interpersonal skills, which includes humor, mentoring, networking, sensitivity, empathy, diplomacy, positive reinforcement, public speaking, tolerance, patience. Now coming to the third component of soft skills, that is teamwork skills. Uh, teamwork skills allow you to operate well in a group setting in the workplace to quickly and effectively accomplish tasks. Teamwork is crucial for careers in every field, especially in market research, event coordination, and software engineering. And these are some examples of teamwork related skills, which includes delegation, listening, active listening, collaboration, conflict management, cooperation, coordination, idea exchange, mediation, and negotiation. Then coming to adaptability, the next component of soft skills, and I have taken it as a last component, though there are 10 components due to time limit. So adaptability and flexibility are related skills, and they are about embracing and rolling with change. They are particularly important when working in fast-paced or constantly changing working environments, such as public relations, event management, nursing, and advertisements. Some examples of adaptability includes self-management, decision-making, calmness, optimism, curiosity, analysis, open-mindedness, self-confidence, organization, and self-motivation. Now, since like I've been telling about soft skills, so I need to tell a difference between the hard skills and soft skills. So soft skills relate more to emotional intelligence, and they are natural abilities that help us interact well with others. They are useful across all industries and job types. Hard skills, on the other hand, are usually job-specific skills that are learned through education or training. So these are some key differences between the traits of soft skills and the traits of hard skills. So soft skills, they are useful across all industries. They are industry-specific. They are natural abilities, whereas the traits of hard skills include it is learned through training, and it is related to emotional intelligence, and it is based on a technical knowledge. Now, like in today's job market, deciding factor for employers comes down to a battle between the hard versus soft skills of different candidates. A survey presented by SMB World found that nearly 72% of CEOs believe that soft skills are more important to the success of their business than hard skills. Then the question arises, why do you need soft skills? So according to Forbes, 94% of recruiters believe that top-notch soft skills outweigh experience when it comes to promotion to leadership positions. They are fundamental to getting the job you want now and essential for career growth. Another reason why you need soft skills is that hard skills might get your resume looked at. Hard skills might get your resume looked at, but soft skills help you stand out and get you hired. So you must still possess the requisite technical skills to get the job you want, but without soft skills, you can't compete. So here I come to the conclusion. Your soft skills and hard skills, should complement each other to make you the total package an employer wants. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Hello. Am I audible? Yes. Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible, ma'am. Please.
Yeah. May I now invite the second paper presenter, Mohammed Abdul Karim Al Akmal, Women and Human Rights to Education in Yemen and Overseas. Yes, is he on the panel? Hello. Sir, hello. Hello.
Check him, whether he is there or not.
Yes.
Other?
Yes, yes.
Please check it.
Mr. Abdul, yes, he is there. Can you hear Mr. Abdul? Mr. Abdullah. Hello. I think he's not listening or he's not getting it. Maybe a network issue, maybe.
Okay. Then is Prahlad Shetty there?
No, he's not. Is anybody whose name is in the first day list of paper presentation and wish to present the paper? It's a last call to them.
Right.
Please, if you you can drop a message in chat box also that I am there or I can hear you likewise. So if not, then we can directly conclude the session.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Anybody is there, I think.
So can we conclude?
Yeah,
Can I
sure.
make my concluding remarks?
Yes,
Sir?
yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, please. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. I was not audible. I need to thank Dr. Salim sir for introducing me in a brief nutshell to the audience. At the very outset, as I earlier also mentioned, that I need to thank the convener and the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to share the session. I'm really pleased to listen such a scholarly paper, though it was to be wind up within 5 minutes. And I know that it is a very difficult task to do that. Till the last time in which we need not forget the times in which we are living now. Till last year, no one would have thought about conducting such a web conference or e-conference, or what we call as the webinars. In the month of February, Uttam Ambore sir, if I'm not wrong, we have conducted a national seminar. And now it's e-conference, or what we consider to be as an international multidisciplinary webinar. The point that I want to make is entire mode of communication has changed from the seminars to the webinars, and we should thank these serious academicians for keeping us engaged with these kind of activities in form of seminars or workshops and so on and so forth. So the point that again I want to make is how in the post-COVID-19 situation, we are going to develop the communicating skills of our learners, whether they are hard skills or soft skills, how one can master them. Is it possible with e-learning or online learning? What about soft skills? They are very relevant. We know that. We don't want to deny the relevance of these soft skills. The practices and pedagogies are to be revisited. Are they going to be same in the post-COVID-19 situation? So the biggest problem now we have to face as the people belonging to the literary academics, we have a greatest challenge in front of us. We do have participants from Yemen. Let me also mention it here that right now in Yemen, the Yemen is as a country is facing biggest humanitarian crisis since last 100 years. Recently, it was declared that Yemen's healthcare system has collapsed, and it's estimated that one Yemeni child is dying every 10 minutes. In recent times, Yemeni is facing from three different problems: war, famine, and epidemic cholera. And at the same time, the death-threatening pandemic that has came as an attack on the globe, or what you call as the global village, the coronavirus. In these circumstances, now where do we locate, or how do we locate the people, I mean to say, various issues that are being related with the soft skills, development of the education system, or the problems of overall the women, children, and so on and so forth. We know that the problem that has occurred in the present times. So I think Dr. Uttam Ambore sir needs to be really congratulated, and the entire team, the college, Dr. Kamlakar Jadhav, Dr. Sunil Pawar, for giving us an opportunity to come out of this pandemic situation where completely we are into, day and night getting involved into this death-threatening disease, because my husband is working day and night on the field, and I know that two of my nearby relatives, I have lost them. So with that hope that in near future, we are someday going to come out of this pandemic situation. So once again, I congratulate each and every one of you. I have been listening since from morning. The keynote speaker, Dr. Lakshman, he was an excellent one. Milind Pandit, Dr. Z.N. Patil, sir, you have done a great job by inviting each and everyone, giving opportunity to the faculty members to chair this session, and making us part and parcel of this complete web conference, because I have never been into a web conference or an online for that matter. And I really need to thank, because Uttam Ambore sir late night gave me a call and he said, your kids are really good. They are good at technology and they will help you out. Sir, I'm again, I should mention that I'm thankful to my son, Sheikh Atif, who helped me for completely getting into this online web conference. Thank you so much, sir. And once again, congratulate to each and everyone, the participants. She has made a very excellent presentation. Had it been, more than extended time, she would have given more insightful, touches to the topic that she has chosen on the soft skills, because styles were not being touched by the presenter. Anyhow, it was really a very good opportunity for me to be a part and parcel, and it's only because of our leader. We consider him to be a leader to the family, and we consider it to be a department family. So the head of the family, Dr. Uttam Ambore sir, needs to be really congratulated for making this successful web conference. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you each and everyone.
Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Thank you very much for
Thank you very
compliment.
much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Definitely, it was a very nice session you chaired. Thank you very much for that. Sir, shall we move to the vote of thanks now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No
Yes,
problem.
sir.
Yeah.
Okay. For vote of thanks for today's session and first day of the web conference, I called Dr. Mahananda Dalvi, ma'am, to present a vote of thanks. It's over to you, ma'am. Voice. हो नाही नाही फोन चालू करा, फोनवर करा, करू शकता, फोनवर करा. हां येस 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 येस.
I would like to thank to the organizers and the head of our family, Dr. Multidisciplinary sir and K.D. Sadhu sir, for involving me in the present today's multidisciplinary conference on the role of language in the development of holistic. To all the teachers, principal delegates and participants who have I would like to pay my sincere gratitude to our guests, Dr. Kamal Giri, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Babasai Ambedkar, the keynote speaker, Dr. Lakshman Avi from Karnataka. I also would like to thank Dr. Dejan Patil, host on culture and language, the Institute of Language and Philosophy, our very good Dr. Nilesh Patil, who is the for English language at the chairperson, Dr. Multidisciplinary Council, Dr. Anand Bayek, Dr. Benlekha Pathan, Dr. Uttam Ambore, State Department of English, Dr. Babasai Ambedkar Marathwada University. My heartfelt thanks ultimately goes to all our faculty, Dr. S.B. Pawar, S.N. Janadi Medical College, Gaya, Tomorrow we will meet on the same platform at 10:30 a.m. I please now and thank you for making us life and happy to this conference. Once again, I thank all the participants and quite a guest.
Thank you. Due to some technical issues, the voice was not clear to me. So once again, I thank you from all the participants and from on behalf of university faculties and all participants and my college principal, faculties and participants. I really thanks to all. Ambore sir.
Sir, declare tomorrow's program, the
Yes,
timing.
Tomorrow at the same time on same platform at 10:30 a.m. We'll be starting with the new speakers and new titles, with the new subjects. So please join tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. on same platform. You will get the email for the joining. You will, all attendees, please take note of this.
Right, sir. Right,
Yes.
sir. Okay.
So,
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, all the participants.
Yes. You can give.
Yes, sir. Declare about the feedback form.
Yes,
sir.
Tomorrow we will give link for the feedback.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Amit, you can end the session.